Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submit. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted. Order cancelled. Order
filled.
cancelled. Order filled.
Order filled.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. filled.
Order filled.
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbiter Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery Houston, trim to ATO.
Nice to be in orbit. Beautiful, beautiful.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order cancelled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order cancelled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Expectations in the future increasing.
And or it means that the market is kind of pricing in the possibility that the central bank will be too easy for the economic conditions.
Right.
And again, that translates into economic.
But
But
if
it
you
only
had to
matters
pick-
if it chokes off economic activity because of higher yields.
You had to pick. Let's go with we'd rather have the steeper yield curve, or
Stock
at least
market
not
can
an
deal
inverted.
with that, you know,
Yeah, right,
for a
okay.
time. Yeah.
Order filled.
Good for banks. All right, thanks, Mike.
Order
Big hour
submitted.
ahead. Avenue Capital's Mark Lazary is going to be here in just a moment. Plus an exclusive
Order
interview
filled.
you do not want to miss. Fed Governor Christopher Waller, he has been mentioned on the list as a potential candidate to be the next Fed chair, and he's going to be right here on Squawk Box in just a bit. And then Senator Rand Paul on the administration's industrial policy moves and so much more. A lot of conversation in just a moment.
Now that I've reevaluated my benefits and savings with Voya, I'm feeling great. How's your retirement plan going?
Oh, I've been ignoring it and then hoping for the best. Come on, good retirement.
Don't just hope for a strong future, plan for one with Voya. Plan, invest, protect.
What are icons? They're more than just bestsellers. We created them, but you gave them life. Now, we're giving them a name. Icons by Peter Millar.
Are you having a hard time growing your sales? Is it tough getting new customers? Try infofree.com hot sales leads. You'll get unlimited sales leads, mailing lists, business profiles, person search, email marketing, and free CRM. I got 4 new customers the first month. That's incredible.
I can see all my prospects on my smartphone. With one click, I can make my sales calls from anywhere.
Get a free trial. No credit card required. Go to infofree.com.
Junior started out pushing carts when he was 18. 20 years later, he's leading his team of over 300 associates to be their best. Who knew you could level up like that?
I knew.
For one rival, it's a celebration. For the other, it's fuel for the fire. NFL kickoff on NBC and Peacock.
Let's go, girls.
A Lazy Boy recliner takes you from zero to lazy, melting it all away with comfort that doesn't quit. Feel for yourself at Lazy Boy. 0% interest for 48 months. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy.
Everyone.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order filled.
Comcast Business advanced networking and security solutions help businesses into logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying, poke bowl ordering, cyber securing, mobile access granting, data managing. Welcome to the worlding modern businesses. Powering the engine of modern business, Comcast Business.
Rather than get rich quick, I believe in get rich slow. The high yield cash account at Public actually had higher rates than anything else I was able to find online. I don't want to be losing sleep over having made risky investments. I needed something stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals.
Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment, my way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for a weekend away Steve.
It's travel ready and can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment my way.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
I made a promise to my daughter that I would get my college degree. I had 20
Order
years
filled.
of experience as an HR professional. I had reached a ceiling, so I enrolled in UMGC. UMGC removes every barrier.
Order
Everyone
submitted.
treated me like a person with individual needs and met me where I was. I would not be the person that I am today, the mother, the business owner, had it not been for the partnership with UMGC.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Let's talk markets, the Fed, investing in sports, and much more. Joining us right now is Mark Lasry. He is Avenue Capital Group Chairman, the CEO, and the co-founder, also a good friend of Squawk, and it's great to have you here, Mark.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
I want to dig into sports, but let's hold off on that because I think it's probably more important to talk broader markets right now. There's a lot of questions about what's going to happen with the tariffs right now.
Yep.
Those questions didn't seem to do very well for the stock market yesterday because it just means more uncertainty. You're on the record from back in March saying that all of these tariffs would not be good for the economy, that it would be very hard for the economy to survive with them. Have you changed your thought process after what you've seen the last 6 months or so?
I've actually been surprised at how resilient the market is. I really have. But I do think as you have higher tariffs, you just have higher pricing. And the economy has been able to deal with that. So I guess for me, I actually thought if you had higher tariffs, you were going to have lower rates. And you're still a little ways away from that. But everything's about the economy. So if the economy is holding up, tariffs are fine. If the economy isn't holding up, then you better either have lower rates or lower tariffs.
What do you do as an expert in distressed debt? Where do you find things these days? Where are opportunities? Have you been irritated that you haven't been able to find better deals?
Yeah, it's harder. I'm not going to tell you it's not. You need problems. So I think for us, the only thing we're really doing today is more, there's less distress, but you're lending money. People need capital. They need short-term capital. So we've been doing that. You've got more opportunities, I would say, in Europe. You've got more opportunities in Asia. The U.S. market has been really resilient. So I think for us, there's just less to do here.
Who do you lend money to in places like Europe and Asia, and what kind of rates can you get?
You're able to get about, I would say, sort of 12 to 15%.
Order submitted.
12 to 15%.
Yeah. People need money. They need short-term capital. So people lend. nobody can survive if they're borrowing money at 12.15 for 5 years, right? Everybody, it's more for a year, 2 years until they sort of turn things around. But a lot of it is they've got the assets there. So for us, we're happy to lend. The problem for a bank is a bank's going to look at that and say, look, I only want to lend to you if you've got a certain amount of cash flow. For us, we're happy to do it based on the value of the assets.
Because you get the asset if anything goes awry. If the Fed lowers rates, how does that change that business for you?
It changes it. I mean, you're going to be charging less. I mean, normally what you're doing is you're charging somewhere around sort of 500, 700 over SOFR. So wherever SOFR is, it's the same thing for us.
And I would assume that normally if the Fed's lowering rates, it's because the economy's in trouble somewhere else, so you could swing back into the distress side. Do you see that happening this time around?
I think it takes time. I think rates, if they go down, they'll go down about 50 bips. I don't think they're really going to go down 1% or 2%. So I think the perception is that things are going to be better. People will be able to borrow. You need to have rates go down 1 or 2%, which means that there's real problems in the economy.
Do market valuations at this point make sense to you? We've heard a lot of people saying, hey, it's really expensive right now, but then we have people saying earnings keep delivering.
I think it's expensive. I mean, for what we do, we like to buy things at a discount. I think today it's hard to buy those things at a discount, and that's fine. You just wait. You just have to be patient. I think you get in trouble when you feel like you've got to do things you normally don't do. So for us, if we're not seeing opportunities here, we'll go to Europe, we'll go to Asia. There's always people who need money around the world, and we're a global firm, so we can find that.
We just had the CEO of a Blue Owl on, and we were talking just about how in private equity land, there's so many assets that are just locked up.
Yep.
Nobody can exit anything right now. And there's also a move afoot to democratize private equity and venture capital into 401k plans and other things through these liquid vehicles. And whether this is going to be a great...
All right, right now there's nothing to do but just wait. I think it's going to dip because the 15 minutes looks like it's going to curve down because it's overbought right now. So we're going to drop. That's just my bias.
Look, it's a great question. I think it's hard. I think it's hard to...
There you go. Look at that dip. Let's
go.
go.
Something that is illiquid and very much illiquid, and having private investors come in who love liquidity. That to me is really the issue. It's not being sold, look, give us money and you got to hold on and it'll be fine for 10 years. It's give us capital, that's fine, and we're going to provide you liquidity. Look, to me, you've just got to be logical. If you're giving somebody money for 10 years, you can't expect that you're going to have liquidity next month or next year.
If we get under 300, it's going to be bad, but we might.
I think all these programs that are being set up is this perception that you're going to have liquidity when I don't think it's really going to be there.
And therefore,
there you
that's
go.
going
Drop that shit.
do what? Oh, it's going to take down
filled.
I'm out.
This
I'm
whole
flat now.
Alts idea. I mean, does it end well? Does it end badly? What's the? I mean, I do think long term. You think the
Look at that
idea
drop.
of allowing people in their 401ks to get access to, opportunities that have worked out a lot better for frankly wealthy people who've had access to should be a good thing. But you speak to the sort of the peril of it at the same time.
I think to me, when you're investing in private equity, you're saying I don't mind having my money locked up for 10 years. I think for small investors, that's just very different. I really do, because it's not, they don't have access to capital as easily. So if there's a problem and they need that capital, they're going to end up having to sell that at a big discount. And there'll be people like me who will buy that at a discount. And ultimately, that's not great for a small investor. That's all.
Mark, let's talk sports, because that's fun. And
always.
You had a sports fund that raised, I think, $785 million, maybe a little more than that.
Yeah, we just crossed $1 billion, so it's good.
So you're past $1 billion now.
Yes.
Huge interest in all of these things. You seem to be looking more at sort of new alternate sports. new ventures. You sold out of the Milwaukee Bucks. I'm guessing.
What's a Bucks worth now?
It's definitely worth more than I sold it for.
And when you bought it, it was worth so much more.
Yeah, it's
than
best
you
to
bought it
wait
for
for
on
open,
Monday.
but it looks like we might drop.
And so why would you sell when you know it's just going to keep going up and up and up and up and up? Never hurt to take a profit. That's really what you told me.
I think, look, at the end of the
Oh
day,
shoot, we might lose 400 now.
Profit.
Yeah.
For me, I'd made about 7-8 times my investment.
Yeah, it's my
I thought I
stock
could take
TV.
that
It's
capital,
Squat
continue to
Box.
invest it.
Right?
Yep, West's still in. I think
They
a
can
number
more
of the
and more.
people are still there. Look, the NBA is great.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to be investing in the WNBA. I think women's sports are doing fabulous right now. I mean, if you look at it, 3 years ago, you could have bought a WNBA franchise for $50 million. Today, they're $250 million. Right? I think in 3 years, they're going to be $500 million.
So how long before you make 7 to 8 times your investment in some of these?
I think that'll take about 10 years, 10 to 15 years. I think women's sports
The bot is gonna go short soon. We need next candle is gonna go short.
opportunities there. I think the NBA is going to start NBA Europe. I think that'll be a huge opportunity. I think for us, what we're trying to do is find situations where you're just a little bit ahead, and then the rest of the market will catch up. And you're seeing that today.
Your favorite part about sports? Do you do this as a fan, or do you do this simply as a hard-nosed investor who looks at a great opportunity?
I think first you start off as a fan. You've got to enjoy it. You've got to like it. And then
They're
the
getting
question
ready
is,
to
do you
dump
make money?
this.
And then you start focusing on that. So, like for the WNBA, it's the teams will break even.
I need that a
but
pump
the
so I can
appreciation
short.
will be there as you end up having more revenue coming in and more people taking pricing.
How much did you make on Sea Island?
Oh, once the bot's short, I'm gonna wait for like a little bounce before I join up.
No, we did really well.
More than 7 or 8.
No. We didn't make 7, 8 times, but we did really well.
And it's worth more now.
I think it is. I think it's definitely worth more. But I think any
Give me
asset that you
425 and I'll
bought
re-short.
5 years ago is worth
But they
more
only
today.
they're not making any more of that island. That's the
They're not making any more of that island. They're not making any more basketball teams. They're not making any more.
There you go.
got
Might
Order
jump
filled.
in real quick with a short.
Order submitted.
You got at least 3 now.
3 what?
3 of those. You know, you got the penthouse, then you got the first floor. What you got?
We have a large family.
Come on, give me $10.
I've got 5 kids.
That's all I
14
need.
children.
All those are worth more.
Congratulations.
Those have doubled.
No, the bot hasn't short yet. Still waiting.
If you bought an asset 5 years ago, you're going to do really well.
Hey, Mark, want to thank you for coming in. And,
Always.
You know, we're
Al's
so
not
ready
gonna
for the
short
years.
because it
You've been
bounced.
around with us for a while.
I need to go under 400, I
No,
think.
Congratulations on that.
Great.
It's been fun.
Always fun.
Is it going
Always fun.
fast or slow? Time flies when you're having fun. It's gone fast with us, hasn't it?
It actually has. It's weird when you think about it. It sort of feels like yesterday you started, and it goes by very, very quickly.
That it does. That it does. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate
Thank you.
it. Talking about going fast, we're going to do a quick check on 2 earnings movers right now. Macy's shares trading higher after the retailer's earnings, beating estimates. It's raised its full-year guidance. Dollar Tree also beating estimates as well, raised its full-year forecast. But guidance for the current quarter disappointing the street. So you're seeing that stock off about 6%. You're seeing Macy's, by the way, up
Yeah, it doesn't want to
2%.
drop.
Up next, Fed governor, and yes, possibly the next Fed chair is going to be on Squawk Box. You don't want to miss this conversation. Christopher Waller joins Steve Leisman for a wide-ranging interview you cannot afford to miss. Squawk returns with a possible next Fed chair after this.
At AT&T Business, we guarantee our best deals on any smartphone.
Come on, baby. Give me
Your choice
4 or
of our best
5.
plans. What we can't guarantee, your employees having a similar work style. You hired them, or your staff all having the same vibe. I like this style. And your design team being on the same page.
Bold choice. For 2002.
What AT&T does guarantee are best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plans for any employee. And we mean any.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, you can unplug for the day or plunge into a long weekend. Savor the moment or savor the details. Earn points for
Well, today is Wednesday, right? So Thursday, Friday, so we got Monday.
Music up, doors off, shades on. Jeep, this is how summer rolls.
during the Jeep Drive-In to Fall event. Purchase and get $2,250 bonus cash. Plus, current Jeep Grand Cherokee owners or lessees get $1,000 bonus cash on 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee gas models.
With Hotels.com, members save up to 20% with that kind of
What's up,
discount.
Top G?
You can stay at a place with a killer spa. Get a manicure, clean up those mitts a little, eh? Hotels.com. Members save up to 20% at hundreds of thousands of hotels.
Yeah, that short is gone on the bot now. No more short. Damn.
Live and in person with Michael Ozanian on the Cowboys' rising valuation, state of the NFL, and the upcoming season. Closing bell overtime, 4 Eastern tomorrow.
Yeah, I wouldn't chase anymore long. I still think it's gonna dip, so we just gotta wait.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
You know that uncomfortable feeling when your mom drops you off?
Isaac, remember, if you have to go, ask. Don't hold it in. Don't hold it.
Haynes never feels uncomfortable.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Trey Scott Bessent will reportedly begin interviewing candidates this Friday to be the next Federal Reserve Chair. The Wall Street Journal says interviews will continue next week and will be conducted either in person or via video conference. Let's get to Steve Leisman, who is with one of the potential Fed picks, who seems to have gotten more popular as time has been going by. And even before he was mentioned, we had talked about him and talking about cuts way before that. Chris Waller. Hi, Steve.
Yes, we had Joe, and I am joined by Fed Governor Chris Waller, who, because he's right here, he's my pick right now.
Oh, the Fed's on TV.
Governor Waller. I want to start off with what is among the most interesting things in the market right now, which is what's happening with the bond market. And you have these, the 30-year yield inching up towards 5%. The 10-year seems to be stuck around 427. The 2-year seems to be anticipating.
Oh, this whole time my thing was off. Okay, I turn on the ads now.
And then how you think about that.
Yeah, I think on the long end, which of course we really have very little influence over 30-year yields, they've been ticking up. We've also seen some of that globally yesterday. But the 10-year's kind of been anchored right where it is. So if there's anything that was worrisome,
That was stupid. I didn't know ads was off.
The 10. But it's not. It's kind of anchored there. And as you said, on the short end, the markets are certainly pricing in cuts from the Fed in the next few months, which is probably a reasonable estimate. So it kind of makes sense in the short end. The long end, I'm not exactly sure, and the 10-year is kind of staying there. The 10-year came down a little bit from about 430 down to around 440 down in that area. So it really hasn't moved much, and it's got a little bit of the Fed cut built into it.
But it's 10 years out.
Yeah, but it's 10 years out. So, thinking of a couple of cuts in the next few months is unlikely to move rates 10 years out. So
give me your view of
Yeah, I just
why
turn it
the
on.
2-year looks like it's potentially
it takes
got
time.
a couple cuts in it. Is that your view? Is it one cut and then many more? How do you game things out over the next several months?
Well, I've been clear that I think we should be cutting at the next meeting. The labor market has come in much
Yep,
softer.
I seen an ad.
This, with you, I think, a while back.
Sweet.
Yeah.
People thought I was crazy, but once the labor market data came in on August 1st, it became pretty clear that labor market was not performing up to what everybody thought from the original estimates. But we were getting all this anecdotal evidence at the time saying no hiring, no firing, firms are laying off, rates were going up for new entrants, AI was potentially causing problems. So all that softened. ADP had big negative numbers. So all that data didn't seem to match up with what the BLS was putting out. And that's kind of where I felt like the BLS numbers have got to be off in some
Dude, I saw an anime ad. That's so weird.
So I think because of that, and you want to get ahead of having the labor market go down, because usually when the labor market turns bad, it turns bad fast in a non-linear fashion. It doesn't just kind of creep up. So for me, I think we need to start cutting rates at the next meeting, and then
I think if you have ad block, it blocks it out, but I see ads though, so that's good.
Because people are still worried about tariff inflation. I'm not, but everybody else is. So I would say over the next 3 to 6 months, we could see multiple cuts coming in. Whether it's like every meeting, we'll have to wait and see what the data says.
And where are we headed, in your opinion? Do you have a view of neutral of where you'd like to get to, or do you need to even be below neutral?
Well, like I said, I usually use the SEP benchmark.
I'm gonna short again.
Economic projection.
Order
that's
canceled.
The average of all the Fed officials and their long run rate.
Right.
Order
so that
filled.
gives me kind of a benchmark.
Order
of what
submitted.
the seems to be, and I use that to think about where neutral is. Could be higher, could be lower. You have people.
I don't think everybody get an ad. Just depends on your location.
But if you take 3%,
Usually in the United States, you get a lot of ads.
basis points.
Yeah, you have YouTube Premium. You don't get ads, so that's good. But I think I still get paid for people with YouTube Premium.
What you're saying, and you tell me where I'm wrong with the textbook. You have a target of 2%. Your inflation numbers at 3%, and some people argue going higher. If you cut now, are you saying we are not really going for that target of 2% anymore? Are you undermining your target and your anchoring of inflation expectations?
No, and I think that's where people mistake what do you mean by looking through.
Let's go, it's K. Hell yeah. I can't wait till tomorrow. I can see how much I make and I can make a post about it.
Inflation. So the whole idea of looking through it is to say, yeah, we know we're going to have this blip of inflation, but it's not.
Yeah, I gotta upload some shorts when I travel.
You want to start, say,
Mostly
raising
food and
rates,
travel on my shorts.
damaging the labor market, the housing market, and everything else when you know in, say, 6 months it'll stop. So that's the classic view of what it means to look through is, yes, it is going up, but that's what looking through means. You're looking through saying 6 months, 7 months out, it's not going to be going up. It'll be starting to move much closer to our target of 2%. So it's not about letting inflation go. You're just looking through, and that's the critical part. It's very hard for people to.
I'm going next Friday.
But I'm looking through saying inflation 6, 7 months from now is going to start moving back closer to our 2% target.
No, you don't have to click on the ad. Don't click on the ads.
That the inflation
No, next Friday.
Will be clear as to what the direction ought to be in terms of how much you should be cutting, and that whether or not you start to get that help from the service side and the housing inflation starts coming down, and it'll be clear to everybody out there?
Yeah, that's why I said what we want to do is start cutting because of the labor market, but we can always adjust the pace depending on how the data comes in. So I kind of use this analogy that, when I was in college in northern Minnesota, I'd drive home for Christmas. I knew what the ultimate destination was, but how fast I got home depended on the weather, which is the incoming data. And that's kind of where we're at now. We kind of know we want to get towards neutral. We know roughly how much you might want to cut, say 100, 150 basis points. But how fast we get there is going to depend on the data that comes in.
Is the speed something where you feel like if you remain at a certain place, you're still putting downward pressure on inflation because you would remain above neutral?
Yeah, if your rates are above what you think is neutral, which for at least half of the committee is 3%, then policy is still moderately restrictive. Some of my other colleagues have a much higher neutral rate, so they think we're barely restrictive. So that's really kind of the thing, is where you think neutral is depends on how much you think there's restrictive policy. And I think we see it in a lot of sectors. You're not seeing housing taking off. You're not seeing auto sales booming. These are things that are typically interest sensitive on the household side that we're putting downward pressure on.
Turn to another important issue out there. Your colleague, Lisa Cook, has been essentially fired by the president. What's your reaction to that? Do you still consider her to be a Federal Reserve governor?
Let's see, this is in the courts. This is no longer an issue for me. The courts will be deciding soon how this is going to play out, so I really just don't have any comment.
Has she been at work?
I don't really have any comment on this.
All right,
I haven't been at work that much. I've been in Jackson Hole and Miami and everywhere else. So.
Let me ask you just a few more questions about that. Do you feel as if this is a challenge to the independence of the Federal Reserve?
The independence of the Fed is critical for everything we do. And, there are things that are going on that make people worried. But I still believe that we have an independent Fed. People that are appointed will behave that way and act in an apolitical fashion. So I think no matter
We'll
what,
come to India.
the Fed will maintain.
I actually want to go one day.
You are one of the people who have been named as a potential candidate for Federal Reserve Chair. Have you met with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent?
I've met with Scott in the past, but it wasn't an interview for this job. It was just more of talking, and particularly some of my speeches and things like that. So it was a while back, but we haven't had any kind of interview yet.
Do you have one scheduled? Is that?
No, I don't at this moment.
So just one last question here. How much concern do you have for the economy right now and the consumers? Is recession something that's in part of your thinking, one of your outlooks, or is that you think we avoid that and just have slower growth? What's your baseline outlook?
Yeah, I don't see recession in my forecast at all, but I do see slower growth through the year, mainly because of the tariff impacts. I mean, tariffs are a tax. Taxes are never typically good for growth. So, you're going to get some slow growth out of this. But I don't see a recession. But I think there's a lot of other stuff that is driving the labor market down. And I do think it's all on labor demand. A lot of talk about immigration. It's all about immigration. But if immigration was just a decreasing labor supply and labor demand was stable, you would see wages start to be bid up. You'd start seeing vacancies going up. We're not seeing that. So all the labor supply is doing is masking this declining, falling labor demand, which from a Fed's point of view is not a good thing. Our goal is not to say, hey, the unemployment rate is great while labor demand and job creation is falling. That's not what our objective
Oh, we
is.
got 30 minutes left. I'm
Thank you for
short
joining us.
one M and Q at
Joe, back to you
418.
guys. Did you guys all take a vote? Do you have an opinion yet, Joe?
We think we should cut.
Good shit, Cat Daddy.
On who should be Fed chair?
Sorry. No, and I was just speaking for my cut early and often, baby. Let's go. Let it rot. No, I don't know. I'm kidding. On which subject? On who should be? I like Waller. I do.
He's a research director, Joe. He worked for Bullard for a bunch of years.
I like Bullard too a lot.
You like Bullard?
I like Bullard a lot. I don't want to say. I mean, I love all my children. I don't know whether to say Chris or James.
I think we should have a little round table and take a vote, Joe, is what we should do. Because we've got Zervos coming up later. We have Malpass yesterday. It's a tough call.
Yeah, we can all get around and take a vote, and not one person in the world will care what our vote is. We got to go. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Steve. Except us. Following the president's announcement that the U.S. would take a 10% stake in Intel, Kentucky Republican
You guys green?
Senator Rand Paul called the move a step towards socialism. Senator Paul joins us this morning to talk industrial policy and more. We've had this ongoing conversation all this morning, Senator, about, we've said the good versus the perfect, and we've said, there are things that the true conservatives like about the president's policies, things that they don't like. If I had to sum it up, you're not a big fan of tariffs or what you would call industrial policy.
Well, it's not that people in government, bureaucrats, are necessarily stupid or incompetent, but it's a debatable question. But they don't get the same signals. So the reason why you don't want your government to own anything, if possible, or to only get involved with those things that the private market can't, is that the private market sends a constant barrage of signals. And people have to respond to those every day. It's sort of a cruel world, the economy is, but that's how we get efficiency, and that's how we get cheap prices for people on different products, is because people are forced. They don't do it out of benevolence. They do it out of this fierce competition in the marketplace. Once you involve government in it, you take those forces away that breed excellence. And so I think it's a big mistake to have government ownership of things. And of course, it's a step towards socialism. What is worrisome is when you see the people supporting the president just sort of saying, oh, no, this is good, and it is good that the government should own. And that really worries me, because I worry that the free market movement, the movement that was a big part of the Republican Party, is being diminished over time.
I know exactly what you're saying, and just to tell you how I've sort of tried to grapple with it, the money was already going to Intel from the CHIPS Act. And free market forces did cause some hollowing out of a lot of our industries, and there are some that it would be in our best interest if we could bring some of them back. So the CHIPS Act was one way of doing it, but it was just subsidies with all these conditions. once we already earmarked all that money for Intel, isn't it better if the government actually had a stake, and not a stake where they'd be active owners, but just, passive owners? The taxpayers or the government owns the stake, but instead of just giving it to them, as long as they have child care and DEI, actually have a stake. If we ended it right here, and it wasn't a slippery slope to owning 10% of every company, is there any way that's okay?
All right, come on, drop this baby.
We've been giving poor people Coca-Cola for a long time, and maybe 10% of the money Coca-Cola gets is given to them. Maybe poor people should own part of Coca-Cola. No, it's a terrible idea. It's sort of compounding one bad idea with another. Okay, we gave them the subsidies. Well, let's
Yeah, I think I need 9 more subs to get 1,500.
President Trump, as a candidate, wanted to repeal the CHIPS Act. He was an opponent of it. Most of the conservative Republicans were opponent of it. So, it's always a mistake to say, well, we have this one bad policy. All right, we'll tolerate a little socialism, but we don't want any more. 10% is not too bad, but 15%, you get to 15%, then I'm going back to being for the free market again. Now, I think it's a bad idea.
No, I wanted you to come on in July, and I told you, and this was after you once again renewed a criminal referral for Anthony Fauci. This is something I've been talking about a lot, because I saw the smoking gun of him trying to get his colleagues to all say there's no way this was a lab-generated virus, and there's a very good reason for him to have done that after he knew full well that the United States had funded some gain of function research, and it was walking and quacking, and it had web feet, and everybody knew, and that was. I think that deserves who cares what I think? But what are the chances that he's held to account someday at this point?
A big question is the auto pen, whether auto pen pardons are constitutional or legal or lawful. We do know that when President Obama first signed a law by auto pen, when he came back from his trip to India, he quickly did sign it in person to make sure it was seen as being legitimate. So I think there is some question there. I can tell you that we are pouring through millions of bits of data on Anthony Fauci. There will be a subpoena in short fashion, and there also will be news in the next week or two about things that we have found from poring over the records. There's going to be significant revelation about Anthony Fauci in the next week.
Okay. What do you make of the new of RFK Jr. and some of the new rules and some of the new developments we've seen with vaccines? That's what I think one of the.
Nah, your short was good, Top G. 450 was a really good spot. I was short at 452. I took 10 points.
Some of the people that are total anti-vaxxers, which I don't know if that's.
But I think we're gonna drop more though, so it should be good. I'll keep shorting for now.
Well, I'm not anti-vaccine, but what I would say is the same way there's a Trump derangement syndrome, there's a Kennedy derangement syndrome. There are some very specific issues we should discuss, and where I think the facts are on Kennedy's side. Should we mandate vaccines for 6-month-olds for COVID? So we have to ask, what are the risks and what are the benefits? Are any kids dying from COVID currently? I think no healthy kids are dying. And in fact, if you go back through the entire pandemic, about 200 people in the entire country of 350 million people in America, about 200 under 18 died. Virtually everyone had a serious disease also. Virtually no healthy children died. When they did the studies on this, they could not prove that it reduced death or hospitalization because so few people under 18 were going to the hospital or dying that they couldn't prove a benefit. In Germany, they looked at every child under 18 and they had no deaths among healthy children. And so in Europe, they quit promoting this. I think the age is 12 and above in Europe. So these are really honest debates. And I think the extremists are the people on the side of every vaccine is good all the time, the more the better. We don't have to prove risk and benefit. We do know that under 18, really under age 25, there's a risk of myocarditis, presents with chest pain and elevated cardiac isoenzymes, like a heart attack. It's not a heart attack, but this happens in about 6 out of 10,000. That's a small number from the COVID vaccine, but what is the chance of death? It's smaller than that. So you should be presented with these facts and given an alternative. If the CDC says it should be 6 months, many states just get lockstep and they put it into their school program, and essentially it becomes a mandate because it's hard to go to school anywhere. Even the private schools follow this. So I'm against the mandates, and I think Kennedy makes a good point.
Senator, thank you. We appreciate it. We're running out of time. Thank you very much. Hope to see you again soon, Senator. Thank you. I think we're done. Are we done?
Goodbye.
We
Time
are.
for Squawk on the Street.
Bye-bye. That was fun.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking.
No, it doesn't, Spicy. You actually have to pay
help
for
you
that.
see untapped possibilities and relentlessly work with you to make them real.
I need 300 on bulenox. Then I can cash out 1,000.
When cyber threats target the world's data, seconds matter. That's why the world's most trusted brands
Order submitted.
depend on ReliaQuest Gray Matter to contain threats in seconds. It's the only technology-independent, AI-driven platform built by security operators for security operators. ReliaQuest. Make security possible.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are.
You don't have to watch a full ad. Just skip it if you can. I think I still get paid either way, so it's good, dude.
The Cowboys and their fans are some of the most dedicated in football.
Come on, baby, drop this.
Quality we share. And that fuels every single order of our hand-battered cooked-to-order chicken fingers. Every crispy crinkle-cut fry, every slice of buttery Texas toast, and you'll taste it with every dip into our legendary cane sauce. Wherever there's football, there's Raising Cane's. Raising Cane's chicken fingers. One love. Go Cowboys.
Stop hitting yourself. 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 Nice.
Stop hitting
That was jolts. They didn't do anything.
Wednesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. David Faber has the morning off. After that rough start to September, stock's going to get supported today by mega cap tech as Alphabet's up 7% on that antitrust decision. Waller's on the tape, 10-year 428. Our roadmap begins with Alphabet. Shares rallying in some early trade.
There you go, baby. Let's dip this.
Go.
Go.
Apple also getting a pop.
I mean, no, if you win the Tradeify today, it's yours. But if you pass the eval, yeah, you have to pay the activation. But tomorrow, if we do the 50K growth, those are free activation you pass. So
Does not have to sell Chrome or its Android operating system. He also says the company's barred from making exclusive deals, but can continue making payments to Apple and others for default browser placement.
Order filled.
Judge adds Google must share data with rivals to remedy.
I try to find a lot of free activation freebies, but I'll take what I can get.
What this means after being found guilty of monopolistic
Order
behavior.
submitted.
Can't be picky, you know. Tradeify gave me a lot, so we're good for a little bit.
Pages are 36, 37, 38, which he says, okay.
Yes, on events is intraday. On the growth is intraday.
Meta,
Order cancelled. Order submitted. Order filled.
and Perplexity. And
Order
they didn't
submitted.
really exist when this thing, XAI. But
Order
it didn't really
canceled.
exist. And suddenly, like,
Order
it was
submitted.
overrun by events. Now, that is a judge who, he had to be flexible because the case was brought before these companies meant anything. While he was looking at it, he thought they were monopolists. And then this stuff all comes out. So the case just, the actual events happened so quickly. This is something Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, predicted, which is that this thing's going to take over. And that's what happened. So why break up Alphabet that would be ridiculous, given the fact that Alphabet is no longer going to do as well. That was their point. Now, he said, listen, we're looking at what's going to happen, and what's going to happen is very different. As far as what I've been saying when it comes to letter X or Twitter, is there's just great, on page 122, there's this great thing. It says, why
Does not want to die.
Allowed to pay. It says, it's like Karen Dunn, who was the lawyer for Google once was talking. She's no longer at Paul Weiss. That's a shame, but she was so smart. At one point, I had to tell her, will you stop being so fast? Like, I went to law school. I don't know anything you're saying. Said that Google would continue to receive a disproportionate volume of search queries for a fraction of the cost if they didn't have to pay, so they would be even a bigger monopolist. That's something that the judge came up with. I did not read this in the brief. So Google's profits would increase. Not paying Apple alone would result in a windfall worth tens of billions of dollars. So he was more pro-Apple than Apple was. Yes. So I just think this is just, you got a judge who, frankly, is so far ahead of his time.
Order filled.
This reminds me, it's a little bit...
Order submitted. Order filled.
When Joel Klein was going after them in 2000, had a vision of what could happen, but he kind of...
Order submitted.
Whereas here, because he felt, didn't see... it kind of felt, listen, Microsoft is monopolist no matter what, and the judge disagreed. Here, the judge thought they were monopolists no matter what, and then they changed their mind. Right. So I really have to hand it to the judge that I think that Apple's up 3.5, but Apple was down badly yesterday. I think Apple should be up 5, and I think that Alphabet should be up 6.
Yeah, B of A takes Apple to 260 from 250. If you're Google, do you bother with an appeal? I mean, they clearly are.
Only just because you want to say I'm unhappy. That would be a big waste of money, but they have a lot of money. What to complain about? The question is, like, should justice go and say, look, we think that there's no way you should have these kinds of agreements, because justice spent a lot of time with Apple looking at this agreement. I don't think it's 20 billion. I think it's considerably more than 20 billion. But the main thing that people have to recognize, is the analysts seem to be a little clueless, is that before this, the question is, how much does Apple have to pay in order to have good AI? Do they have to buy Perplexity? What stream do they have to buy? Maybe they have to make a deal with Amazon, with Anthropic. Now it's flipped. They can go to all these guys and say, listen, do you want to be the #1 AI company? Pay us $50 billion.
Yeah, I want to drop too, but I think we have to wait. 3 minutes trying to bounce back up, and then 15 minutes trying to curve, so I don't know the short's good anymore.
Maybe they have to pay him $50 billion.
So is that scenario priced into Apple at the moment?
No, that's what makes me so crazy about it. Because I
Order
look at
canceled.
it and I say, now,
Order
everyone was talking
filled.
about, like last night, Apple was down. There was some
Order
press reports that
submitted.
Apple lost its #1 AI guy.
Yes.
Well, I mean, when you speak to Apple, they say, we must have like 100 #1 guys, because every time someone's taking, he's the #1 guy, which is funny in itself. But this was one of those situations where, before this decision, Apple's going to have to pay because there's so much money invested buying NVIDIA.
Order
now,
filled.
Apple can say, there's 2.2 billion devices worldwide.
Google's up 7%. It's hard to see the NQ gone red.
80-90 billion a year on NVIDIA, and it is NVIDIA. Let's still
380? I think we can hit that.
But do you want to
easily.
It's game, set, match if you pay us. Now, before, I felt that if they did
Order
that,
filled.
the judge would be all over them.
Order
They have
canceled.
a green light to do that. So why can't you? So you get, what's the gross margins on that? In the 50 billion that they're paid. How about, I don't know,
Order
100?
submitted.
It sounds like you think that precedent for Apple is more important than the lack of a breakup or a sale of Chrome or
I
Android.
was looking for a breakup in Alphabet because I thought the pieces were worth more than the whole. But I have to hand it to Alphabet. They're very
Dang,
good.
look at NQ
They're
going
very
now.
smart guys, and that, it worked for them. But look, I thought it was a win-win, which is why I was kicking myself that we sold it for the trust. I said that was dumb. But I believed we had an analyst on who was one of our people. Who is a contributor, who I listen to. And, and that's nice.
Are you referring to Cantor this morning on Squawk? What?
Nice guy.
He did say that the judge missed an opportunity to make a bold statement.
Right, you see, and I kind of felt that he'd make that opportunity. But how did I get that? From Jonathan. Clifton, whom I like very much. He's from Paul Weiss. He's a great guy. And sometimes you think, well, you know what? It could be like that.
Yes.
And I do like him very much for a lot of different reasons, because his second case, I think, is the case that he brought, I think is good. But I think that people have to recognize that before the case, Apple pays. After the case, you pay Apple.
You pay Apple.
Alphabet's good. They're doing a great job. I like Alphabet for YouTube. I like Alphabet for Waymo. A lot of reasons like Alphabet, and I don't want to lose Chrome. That could have been bad. But I just like the idea that Apple today is in a position to decide who wins. Who is the default AI system? Because I'm not going to go type in Perplexity forever.
Right. And who do you think has pole position on that front? Is it open?
It's Gemini.
Yeah. Oh, really? Gemini?
Yeah.
Because of the...
It's easiest because they wouldn't have to do much
Come
work.
on,
But
drop this.
I don't understand why people
3420.
I think the long lives are out for Apple. I also think, like, for instance, there are a lot of people who felt that this was built in.
You're good, Doc.
Information about who they speak to. Because I speak to people who didn't think it was built in.
The decision.
Yeah.
Some people feel this was not a surprise.
Shock.
Yes, of course.
It was a shock.
Yes.
People felt it was hush money. You know, I mean, and by the way, 20 billion, it's like a lot more. Or people felt it's like, you know, look, this is the way it's really done in the business. But what the judge says was, Apple is still going to have to give the stuff to Google because it's it's built in.
Yep.
Except for now, Google doesn't have to pay. Google can keep that 20 billion and become even more of a monopolist. Who thought he'd reason like that?
Right. How about, what's the fallout, do you think, from having to share data with competitors? Is that material to others?
No.
So that's really a sideshow to the things you're talking about.
Kind of read well.
Right.
By the way, I think if people want to understand how the MLMs work and how the whole first he says, listen, I'm not an expert, but time you read it.
You think he's an expert?
Wow. I mean, I think it was really good exposition of it says, NVIDIA beginning to shake off bad quarter. And I'm like, no, it was a good quarter. But look, the long knives are out. I have Martin Marietta Materials on tonight.
We got, what, 20 more minutes?
People like rocks more than they like NVIDIA. Now, I'm thinking that's interesting, right? Because
materials was a good performing sector.
Vulcan Materials is the #1 stock over the last 100 years, and they make rocks too. So my problem is that I still think that rocks don't have the growth that NVIDIA has, but I could be way off base.
I don't know, man. There's a lot of, if you get building construction, road
You
construction.
do not want to dip.
No, by the way, 60% of the money's not spent yet. That from the infrastructure, they'll say that. I heard someone say that they were very worried about Macy's this morning. Well,
Order
they should go tell
filled.
Macy's because Macy's isn't.
Order
Yeah,
submitted.
we're going to get to Macy's pretty good comps and the quarter. We do want to touch on Lisa Cook's push, though, to stay on as Fed governor as she faces these mortgage fraud allegations. In a court filing yesterday, her legal team again urged a federal judge to rule the president's attempt to fire her unlawful and that she should remain in her role as the case is litigated. White House insists the president has the right to fire Cook for cause. Jim, she did go into, her lawyer went into some more detail about the home in Michigan versus the second home in Georgia, and the second home in Massachusetts is how they frame it.
Yeah, I think that you have to hope that she has to hope that what they say is, yeah, but no matter what, this does not, that doesn't impact. Somehow they're not allowed to go after her because that would be against the carve out. I don't know. I mean, look, these things, if you buy homes, there's a protocol. But I do think that the carve-out seems like I still think it'll hold.
The other part of the argument is that this was on background forms during her confirmation process, and if there had been questions, either White House advisors at the time or senators could have raised them.
I guess so. I don't know. Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. I don't think you look the other way, but I do think, look, the process is very difficult. Because you have to say what your primary is and what your secondary is. And I don't know the situation of when it changed and what it did. That's in the documents. I don't have it. Like that.
Yeah. Meantime, Steve Leisman tried to get Waller to comment on this stuff. Didn't get very far. Although he gave a couple answers on rate cuts, but maybe we should listen to the one on Fed independence as well. Here's Waller on Squawk from earlier this morning.
The independence of the Fed is critical for everything we do, and there are things that are going on that make people worried. But I still believe that we have an independent Fed. People that are appointed will
Hey,
behave
man,
that
use
way
restroom.
and act in a political fashion. So I think no matter what, the Fed will maintain its independence.
Said he hasn't interviewed yet, although we think the Treasury Secretary is going to start interviews Friday. Jim, he clearly thinks tariffs are a tax and that they're going to slow growth and that they might represent some near-term inflation push, but that the Fed needs to look through that to the part that will be about slower growth, not faster.
Yeah, look, when you speak to the retailers, they're all speaking of it as one time. Look, I'll tell you, I had an issue one yesterday, Signet. Okay, now that's Zales and that's Kay and Jared. And India is where they source. But they...
I think it's like half their merch is from India.
But they didn't cut numbers. They raised numbers. So there's a lot of companies that I think are handling this very well. So I'm not, look, is it inflationary? Yeah, but yesterday was a day where people
no requirement, just be there.
Before, everyone, when they first put them in, said, well, they're going to hurt us. I mean, you can't have it both ways.
No points needed for the giveaway today.
The tariffs are raising a lot of money. And so if you take that money away, then people think that's what causes the 30-year go to 5.25. So you can't have it both ways. You can't hate Trump for the tariffs.
Damn, AQ is going for a high day soon.
If the court, you know, if they say that you now have to have tariffs, I don't understand how you can have it both ways, but only if you hate Trump, no matter what he does.
Well, I think it's more a matter of where the tariff money is coming from, right? I mean, if he argues it's other governments, most economists agree it's a small percentage, actually, that's being paid by foreign
I just keep thinking, like, even the biggest, like Apple, they can move things around. Apple's the toughest one because of China, but because we don't know what's going to happen with China. I mean, China it's like the axis of the 1951 with North Korea invading South Korea.
Well, and they have this military parade this week. Putin and Kim Jong-un in attendance. The president yesterday accusing Xi of plotting with Putin and Kim to conspire against the United States.
Well, I think the president is wise to know that this is a country that's run by the PLA. It's run by the People's Liberation Army. It used to be run by people who are a little more attuned to the world order. Now it's run by the military. People don't talk about it like that because it's pretty naked, but I think they will be talking about it very soon.
Meantime, we're getting some comments a few moments ago from St. Louis Fed President Musalem, a voter, says recent data have increased my perception of downside risks to the labor market. Core inflation running closer to 3 than 2, reflecting some tariff effects. It says tariffs will work through the economy over the next 2 to 3 quarters. The inflation impact to fade, he says, after that. Inflation to reach the 2% target in the second half of 26, and says that there are some risks higher inflation could be persistent. Policy must be based on evolving economic outlook, balance of risks. He did not comment on possible rate cuts at the next Fed meeting. But Jim, you put that together with Hammock and a few others, and a growing sense that we will be living with this for at least another half a year.
But we do have a K economy, where the top part is not being hurt. The wealthy people aren't being hurt, but there are 1,000 billionaires this year.
That's a nice dip.
That was even
Let's
more
go.
than when Lenin came in.
Order fill.
There we go.
But you have the K thing where it's like the top is people who are oblivious, okay? And then the bottom are the people who can't afford Chipotle.
Right. Now, I mean, how many times have we gone through the percent of wealth in this country that's owned by the top 10%, top 1%?
I mean, look at McDonald's, and you know, they did have to take this back. Now, it's entirely possible. I have Salesforce on tonight, and Salesforce is talking about layoffs because of
He lets a dump it open. Massive dump. Let's go.
Let's put it this way: who's hiring? Tell me who's hiring. I read that MSNBC's hiring, but that would have been Tradeify.
Order submitted.
We are going to get some labor data today in JOLTS, which will be important to look at. Jim mentions Chipotle, got some sell-side research on that name and McDonald's.
Finally, there's someone down here who says it's fine. That $28 chicken burrito bowl I had's a lot, but maybe I should have just gone and picked it up and not give the DoorDash so much money. Look, I think that Chipotle is down to a level where it's still got a high-priced earnings model. Not that I want to go out and buy Cracker Barrel.
Order
the
fill.
guy shouldn't have been there. He should have been there. I don't know. I mean, Julie
Order submitted.
She's good. I mean, she's CEO of Cracker Barrel. But I look at, I think that it's still too early to buy Chipotle because the upper part of the K is not as big as the lower part.
Yes. We'll get to some of the other retail moves, including Macy's, Dollar Tree, Campbell's. We've got some auto numbers on the way as well. Take a look at futures. More Squawk on the Streets. Back in a moment.
Order fill.
AT&T Business, we confidently guarantee our
We got about almost 10 minutes, guys.
enough hours
Yeah.
in a workday. Or your project's always going as planned.
3 days, max.
Oof, more like 3 weeks. Hey, and close
Oh,
the
yeah.
shop on time.
Still open? Sure. Yes. They're open.
Not tonight. But with AT&T Business, you can get the connectivity you depend on, or we'll make it right.
Order submitted.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Junius started out pushing carts when he was 18. 20 years later, he's leading his team of over 300 associates to be their best. Who knew you could level up like that?
I knew. The CNBC CEO councils are always on my calendar.
Order
I love
filled.
the diversity of industries and sectors that are represented.
Order
We got together
submitted.
to talk about where our business goals align. There was just every possible win in this partnership.
It's an opportunity to learn something new and get really honest feedback from peers who are experiencing the same exact thing you are.
That's the magic of not just CNBC and this CEO council. It's how you create change in the world.
Explore CNBC Council memberships today.
Reliant is the home of free electricity, so your home can be the home of dive-in movies. The Flex Your Credits electricity plan features blockbuster savings with your 2 highest use days free every week.
Good morning, Trader.
automatically.
007.
And how's this for a crowd pleaser? You also get $200 in bill credits to use when you need them most. It's savings so good, you'll feel like you're floating. The Flex Your Credits electricity plan from Reliant, official energy provider of the Dallas Cowboys.
At Marshall's, our buyers hustle 24/7.
Yeah, I see 23,509. It's the next target, too.
Or price. We're getting you a better deal because we believe that everyone deserves the good stuff.
Order filled.
Can't decide
Oh,
on
boy.
dinner?
Order
Well, how
submitted.
about sausage? I mean, it is right there in front of you. Keep it juicy.
So move on. Yeah, we almost got high a day now.
For U.S. auto sales, let's get to Phil LeBeau. Morning, Phil.
Good morning, Carl. For the month of August, Ford sales up 3.9%. The breakdown in terms of EVs versus hybrids versus
Are you green,
internal
Google?
combustion. EVs up 19.3%. This is what we're going to see from a number of
They're really trying to pump this up
much
at open.
stronger EV sales than in previous months.
Order
By the way,
filled.
the Mustang Mach-E up 35%, hybrids up 14.5%, best monthly hybrid sales ever for Ford, and internal combustion engine vehicles up 2%. Again, Ford up 3.9% for the month of August.
I don't know, it don't look like it's gonna dump
A
now.
number of automakers reporting
3 minutes got more
August
upside,
sales.
and then
You will
15
see
minutes looks like it's
strong
turning up,
numbers,
but we're
it's
still towards
exceptionally strong
overbought
numbers when it
area.
comes to EV sales, because anybody who was on the fence, they're committing right now. Before the federal tax credit goes away at the end of September.
Good job, Google.
we're
You should
seeing
just
that.
stop.
We
You
saw
hit
it in July.
500, so that's
We're
good
gonna see
enough.
it in August, and we'll really see it.
You don't have to
in
aim
September.
for 800 every day. Just do 2 to 800, so you good. Just stop. Stop the elite and just trade something else.
17 million vehicles this year.
I don't think the full year will get to 17 million because we're at about 16.1 million right now, Jim. I think we could probably get up to 16.5. You're going to see strong numbers in August, strong numbers in September. Again, mainly because you have so many people who are on the fence saying, well, I want to get this federal tax credit, so I'm going to go ahead and do this. Then the question becomes, what do you get in October, November, and December? Look, November is decent. December has always been strong over the last 15, 20 years. October is, you never know what you get with
Come on,
October.
give me a dip.
But I think we're going to probably end closer maybe to 16.4 million, 16.5 million.
Yeah, we'll see what
I already
the
shorted.
fall
I'm
brings
short
us
at
and
52.
What rates have to do with that and a lot more, Phil. Thanks, Phil LeBeau.
Yeah.
More Squawk on the Street in just a moment.
Because 15 minutes still close to overbought now.
Tamara
Izzy and Emma. They respond to emails with phone calls. They
Yeah.
don't circle back. They're already there. They wear business sneakers.
I just need
pad
like
their
a couple more
keyboards
$100
with
to
their
come
buttons,
out.
they're clickety-clacking,
So I can get my
clickety
payout on
clackier.
bulenox.
But no one loves logistics as much as they do. You need Tamara, Izzy, and Emma.
50.
They need a
Order
retirement
submitted.
plan. Work with principals so we
I've
can
always
help you
got
with a
7 minutes,
retirement
right?
benefits plan that's right for your team. Let our expertise round out yours.
My buy is still going down. It ran up so much overnight already. But what I know. But still long.
You know what's great? New hands-free stretch fit Skechers slip-ins. You just step in and go, and they stretch for the perfect fit. I wonder what else I could stretch. Now that's a strike zone. Try new stretch fit Skechers slip-ins.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets.
There we go.
You need
Drop
to
it,
hire.
baby.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited
Yeah, it's best to
premium
wait for
wireless
open.
for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made these $15 bills. You know, it's green, Mint saves you money, maybe my face is on it, maybe the back of my head as well. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial here, and now I have a lot of counterfeit money to burn.
Junius started out pushing carts when he was 18. 20 years later, he's leading his team of over 300 associates to be their best. Who knew you could level up like that? I knew.
Woo! Come on, baby.
At Capital
Give me
Group,
420.
we take care when crafting our active ETFs. Our portfolio managers and analysts collaborate to strike the right balance between strength, flexibility, and endurance. We believe this hands-on approach sets our active ETFs apart. So they
Yeah.
can make a difference at the core of a portfolio. Because we don't fit molds. We prefer to cast originals. Capital Group, actively different.
Dump the Ponzi.
Club members know which companies we're watching before we add them to the trust portfolio. They have
Google, do you have any Tradeday? I got payout on Tradeday.
New members save with a special offer. Go to
Google.
cnbc.com/join-gym.
Google.
Take a look at some gainers pre-market. We mentioned Alphabet. We'll get to earnings as well, including Campbell's. Apple's in
Order
there as well.
submitted.
Not far behind Western Dig, as Morgan Stanley names it a top pick. We'll get the opening bell in a few moments. And don't forget, you can catch us anytime, anywhere. Just listen to and follow the
Yeah,
Squawk on the
just
Street
keep what
opening
you
bell
got and
podcast.
try to get a payout.
Football season is back. Sports business expert Mike Ozanian breaks down the latest numbers.
The biggest and most profitable sports league in the world.
Exclusive NFL team valuations. Revealed tomorrow starting in Squawk Box. CNBC.
I got 4 minutes, guys.
Michelin innovates on the road and far
I hope we do
beyond
drop it
by
open.
manufacturing prosthetic
Flush
leg
that shit.
belts that allow for greater flexibility of movement. Michelin, motion for life.
Hey, get away.
Your guys' garage is on fire.
10 years ago, I invented the Ring video doorbell for moments like that, and Ring security cameras for moments like this.
We've got you on video.
And Ring alarm with professional monitoring.
Would you like us to request emergency services?
Yes.
10 years of reinventing home security and
There we
tens
go.
of millions
Come on.
of
Give me
safer homes.
420.
Protect your home the way I do. Learn more at ring.com.
We are a clinically focused company.
No.
We care about the patient. We put the patient first, foremost, before
Google's old.
profit, before anything else that we do. We're happy to be public because we'll be going direct to consumer with a lot of our future products. I think it's going to be great for mankind in general.
Come on, baby. Give me the drop. Give me the drop. Let's go. Yeah, it looks like it wants to drop at open. I don't know.
Sure knows these parts well.
Damn, I got out my short too early.
Whisper to him.
Outlaws in 500 feet. Rerouting.
Making it up.
I hope we lose 400 though.
Man, he's good.
With one investment,
We
you can
go.
access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Nuveen invests with the foresight and vision to anticipate the needs of future generations. To build strong portfolios that deliver lasting legacies. To innovate and adapt for what's just around the corner. Because after 125 years of yesterdays, Nuveen knows your ultimate
keep dropping.
stakeholder is tomorrow. Nuveen, invest like the future is watching.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen.
Order
Invest
canceled.
like the future is watching.
Order submitted.
Don't be a hoe, ain't you? Come on.
Let's get Kramer's mad dash as we count down.
1 minute.
You look at a stock like Constellation Brands, STC, you see, wow, it's down a whole lot. But yesterday they had a presentation, and as the FT said, they blamed lower demand from Hispanic consumers, and this is, again, fear of ICE at the places where liquor is sold.
Order
I
filled.
got it. I'm at Apex. Okay, I'm done with Apex. So I'm on day number 5. I just need to flip 3 more days and pay out on Monday. So it's guaranteed payout. Won't be denied this time. So I'm good now. Let's switch up. Trade something else.
They are at 9 times earnings, and you have Constellation still at 12 times earnings. One is valued at $9.9 billion. The other is valued at $26 billion. I think that it's entirely possible to argue that STC should be at half of that.
Whoa. So you don't think the bad times are over for beer?
Not at all. I think beer's in huge trouble. I think that you have tariffs that are bad. You've got the principal buyer of for Constellation is afraid to go buy Modelo. And then you have Molson Coors, a decent company, and that sells at 9 times at 3.7. I don't know how this Constellation.
Yeah, it's gonna drop. I hope.
People bought it because they think that Berkshire bought it. Well, guess what? If Berkshire bought it, they made a bad mistake. I just don't know.
Order submitted.
And that's on top of cannabis. That's on top of GLP-1.
Major bad bet on cannabis. GLP-1 directly affects beer. By the way, the tariff, bottles, cans, directly affects them. Look, this is the poster boy, and a lot of people felt it was done going down because it has come down so much. I think that people have to start recognizing that there was an activist here, Elliot,
Somebody.
PepsiCo, and they left. Why'd they leave?
Now I gotta work on my bulenox to get a payout.
Nothing we can do.
Look, I think that sometimes people have to recognize Brown
That drop. Told you.
Now you look at Suntory.
Told you that drop. We're gonna lose 400. There you go.
That thing is a day at the chart. The new low.
Now Bocce goes short soon. Let me see. Not yet. What a drop.
I'm in I know the liquor business. The liquor business is a
Hey, did the
business, but you
tick thing work? The code?
brown liquors, those are the ones that are really bad, and it's
Alright,
very hard to
let me
sell
know.
beer. Liquor is great. By the way, take a look. I mean, tequila's
Congrats.
not bad. Gin okay, vodka good.
Yep.
I mean,
If it does work, just post it on Twitter and just tell them thank you.
and I think that people are starting to
Thanks, man.
recognize that beer has a real problem.
Jim, as
Yeah, that's a nice drop.
yesterday, we
Hope you
had,
guys went short.
virtually all of that.
I'm flat.
Jackson Hole bounce. But we're getting some back today.
Yeah, I'm flat now. That was a good short too, at 450.
If one more person comes on our air and says, I don't like the concentration.
I'm waiting on a bot. Bot should go short in a little bit.
Since 2013, when I invented FANG.
I hope we pump again so I can re-short. Give me 440 again. Oh shoot, we have news in 30 minutes?
The price targets now are where 100 points more than where this thing
Oh
was.
good, you got ETF money. Hell yeah.
I think that whole rap about
What do we have in 30 minutes?
about the consolidation and just a few names. Move on. Move on. It hasn't made sense for a long time for you to worry about that.
Jokes.
The thing to worry about is when you have a
Yeah, you sure?
in healthcare.
Right. I think it was, Evercore yesterday, Julian Emanuel, AI trade, fiscal stimulus, dovish Fed. His bull case for a year-end 26 is 9K. Now, I think his base is 77.50, but he does say that this could get into what we would
Order
ordinarily call
submitted.
bubble territory.
That's too low.
Look,
Order
I'm
canceled.
bubble territory because you've got NVIDIA on the multiple that's not that high, on forward, certainly on
I'm
Alpha,
waiting.
it's not that
Submitted.
high. Meta, it's not that
30
high.
minutes we have data
Amazon,
mountain, so
the
careful.
multiple's coming down. Microsoft has been the steady one. And Apple, like I said, people thought Apple would be at 180 right now, and that turned out to be wrong. Salesforce is going to be very important tonight because it's a Dow stock that still has a high multiple that people
I'm
are
just gonna
very worried
wait.
about.
I'm not gonna fade a bot yet. Bot 500 points already. 400
So,
points.
let's say I have Joe Henry.
No, it's long
Please
since
don't
23,100
take,
something like that.
anger to this, but
Yesterday
CSX
long.
kind of has a very similar multiple next year to Salesforce. So there are a lot of, look, if it's a SaaS model, so to speak, then that's a difficult model right now because what's happening is that AI is cutting back on the number of seats that you have. Right.
I'm just waiting for a good setup. I don't want to jump in
But I
yet.
think Mark is conceding, I don't Mad Money, that you shouldn't worry about the cannibalization. It'll be interesting to see because this is, of course, ahead of Dreamforce, which has been a terrific place to be able to get a lot of information, but I just don't see the high multiples that everybody else sees when I look at the actual breakdown. I mean, I just don't. I mean, look, Apple's up like 6. I think Apple will probably be up 3 soon because people hate it, but you have to buy it.
Yes. Benioff's been making some comments about AI and disruption into software. He gave a comment
Gambit's gone
on
home
a
today.
podcast recently talking about AI's influence on headcount. Take a listen to this.
It's been 8 of the most exciting months, I think, of my career. When you look at what's happened with applications and with software, it's pretty awesome. We have
But the code did work,
done
right? For the
about
TikTok?
1.5 million conversations with customers.
Oh, without a KYC, yeah. KYC, you might get an error. No, it's going. You're gonna have an error. Yeah, you have to open the ticket after that.
During that same period, and the CSAT scores were about the same, which was stunning. And also, I was able to rebalance my headcount on my support. I've reduced
Yeah,
it
there's
from
an. If
9,000
you get like
heads
a
to about
rejection, open the
5,000
ticket.
because I need less heads.
That's an interesting take.
Right.
They always have issue with the KYC for some reason.
With the idea that Agent Force, which is their initiative, has not
Same thing with
carried
ETF
the
too.
rest of the company. So you have the rest of the company, maybe not, things like Slack, not doing as well.
Oh, me and Doc
maybe
did.
and then someone could easily interpret what Mark just said as saying that maybe we didn't need people in those areas. But that's what Mark has to prove tonight is that
I want to jump in the
like
short,
the
but
rest
I'm
of the business
scared.
is doing badly. The rest of the business is doing well.
Let's just wait for the data.
Or the stock's going to go down tonight.
Then you got Starboard,
Wow.
right, who's been in there trying to keep the company from getting into dilutive M&A.
Come on, bud. Just hurry up and
focusing on
short
core
it.
business.
Well, people felt that Mark lost the discipline. I think that the headcount that he's talking about it shows that he hasn't. Look, I think the problem is the customers, you may not need as many people getting seats at the customers. His whole business may not be that good. But look, as someone who has used the product and
Order
knows how
submitted.
powerful it can be, I'm not willing to write those guys off because the stock has come down so.
Right, but you don't think it deserves a rail-like
I need to work on some
Well,
evals.
I just think that if it's going to get a 20 multiple, which is what I keep people hearing say, I mean, how many technology companies?
And
can
we
you
have data coming up,
that trade
Sean.
lower than the average stock in the S&P? I just don't know. I mean, look.
Yeah, what's Cisco on a forward? 16, 17?
I think Cisco, when Trust owns it, I didn't think the quarter was that bad. But, yes, Chuck Robbins is at 16. But I love going back to, my favorite tonight, Ward Nye, we got Rock selling at 32. 32 times earnings. Now, the intellectual property of a rock, I've not looked at it as closely as
The
I should.
innovation in rocks.
No,
You're going to learn tonight.
I have to go get Jensen. What we're going to do is we're going to put let's put the Vera Rubin next year's model versus a pile of rocks.
Aggregate.
and I may say, you know what, I like the growth of rocks, but this other thing, no, I'm worried about the Chinese.
Yes. Jim, you want to do some retailers?
It does.
Macy's, I know you got tonight, right? On Mad.
Look, I think that that people are missing the key line, Macy's. The inventories. I am so glad that the inventory's down. Tony Spring, breath of fresh air. Inventory down 0.8% is really terrific. Now, Bloomingdale's is only 1/10, so let's not get too carried away with Bloomingdale's.
Still, 5% comp is not bad.
That was unbelievable. Yeah. If they can get the balance to be more Bloomies, which is what I'm going to ask Tony about, that would be terrific. Blue Mercury continues to do well. I don't know. This is a good example of we have PwC coming out and saying people are going to spend, and then I've got Macy's, and Macy's represents mainstream. And look at that. That's really good.
The PwC survey that you mentioned, and we should actually.
I had a short of 415 too. The bot's about to short next candle.
Holiday spending set for its steepest drop since the pandemic, as shoppers pull back amid economic uncertainty.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think we even have holiday.
I got out for my Apex, so it's good now. Just for the payout. I didn't want to be greedy, but I should have. Yeah. 3 days, I get to flip in and out, and paydays Monday night.
I think that stock bottomed and the sales have bottomed. I think Walmart's going to be good. Can someone please tell me how we all know that Amazon's going to be so bad?
No. Don't cap is gone. It's the one that got denied last week. I'm just
it's almost like people think that if you speak to the companies,
so it won't get denied this time for sure.
But what the problem there, what people know at home is this.
There we go. Bot just went short at 88.
I don't think that Amazon suddenly decided, you know what, let's bag Kramer. That's not the way journalism
We're gonna
works.
wait because Dad is coming out.
Kramer? I never liked him. He's an Eagle fan. The hell with him. I mean, it doesn't work.
Yeah, we
like
do
that.
have tournament. Let me join in with this account.
Trust.
There we go. I'm short at 94.
And the trust doesn't erode on one phone call.
And I'm out.
That's just not what happened.
Right. All right, then. So what explains
Order
Dollar Tree,
submitted.
which was a double beaten raise? Stock's down almost 10%.
Order can't
9%.
order fell. Order fell. Order submitted.
I wish they hadn't done that, but I don't know the CEO there. I think it's a very good company. It was up 37% coming in.
Yeah, they raised the guide, but not as much as Q2 was a beat.
Yeah.
Comps were ahead 6.5, but a lot of sort of tariff
Order
inventory
submitted.
timing here now, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, that's one that you could say,
Ooh,
all right,
a lot of
we're worried
movement.
about the tariffs, whoever Fed governor, say, listen, not only that, but a Dollar Tree. I mean, now I question whether they know about a dollar or a tree. I mean, if you've been a dollar, you know that they have a lot of
Come
stuff.
on, don't screw me over.
It's very hard. They do a lot of seasonal work, more than everybody else's seasonal work. And the seasonal stuff is not, we don't make seasonal stuff. We do make flags. I saw that in
Check on
Walmart,
the
made in
buy.
USA.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to drop more on the 3 minutes and the 15
Now, of
minutes.
course, they'll tell you that food
So look, short shoe looks good,
that's very true,
actually.
for more than 50%. And I happen to love shopping at Walmart. I think it's fantastic. But when you look
Let
at
me
the
find out
labels, it is
accounts
the
are
United
short.
Nations.
Yeah. Speaking of
Order
food,
canceled.
Smucker presenting at Barclays yesterday, talking about at-home coffee
Order
prices
submitted.
all-time high, and with the Brazilian tariffs, Jim, that's going to get worse. ISM comments yesterday on cane sugar. Things that are made with sugar are going to get more expensive, say the respondents.
No, I'm not going to disagree with
There you
any
go.
of this. I think that when you look at the processed foods, they're doing badly. They did say that higher coffee prices have not hurt demand, and I go back to Starbucks
Order
and say,
canceled.
listen,
And I'm out.
the pumpkin spice latte has not hurt demand. As a matter of fact, it's the best it's been, but the stock's down $2. And see, I have to work on Starbucks because this is not
Order
what I'm
submitted.
hearing from Starbucks. So, but I guess I got to call Dunkin'.
Right. You were right on Zscaler, right? Another software name with a good reception.
Yeah, but then
Order
they started taking
canceled.
it down. Look, I think Zscaler
Okay,
was
no
a
more
good
short.
number. When I went over it, they raised the
Order submitted.
the annualized revenue, which is what I care about.
Hopefully
they
you
gave you
pump
a nice
again.
increase on that. I don't think that stock should
Order
be down.
submitted.
But it's been a real winner. Now it's pulling down the other guys. CrowdStrike, I thought had a good quarter. The best
There we
quarter in the
go.
whole group was Palo Alto Networks. It's had a big resurgence from just last week, but it's still they're not getting Palo Alto. They're not getting to that. But high multiple. People don't want high multiple. Jay's going to tell a really good story. Jay's fabulous. He's fabulous.
What should we be asking?
You long?
Well, I think Agentics. I think that
Oh,
the
okay.
big worry is
I'm
is
waiting
that-
for
is
maybe
that
400 to be
Mark's
short.
Agentics I mean, this is something if David Faber there, he'd say, Jim, I told you they would take over. No, they're getting into, I mean, one of the things that George Kurtz
Jolts in
told me
15
is,
minutes.
Those things are very vulnerable. That you
Order
you
filled.
have the
Order
possibility
filled.
of the agentic being hacked.
Order filled.
And then suddenly
Order
you
filled.
can only imagine what they can do.
Right. Well, when we had Palo Alto on the other day, the additional point they made was that as
Order
AI sort of
submitted.
moves into mobility,
Order
the time
submitted.
you have to fix a problem gets shorter and shorter and shorter.
Yeah, and we're no doubt about it.
Order
George Kurtz was saying,
canceled.
and then the North Koreans hacked us. It was like, well, no.
Order
I mean,
submitted.
I'm gonna pump so I can reshort. I mean, good pump.
We just don't know about it. I remember that when United Health was hacked, and I was part of United Health, and the guy calls me, because, you know, that back surgery, how'd it go? I said, well, how the hell do you know about my back surgery? Well, it's in our records. How could it be in your records?
Nice.
And then I realized scam, and they're trying to get my voice, and but that's what happens. Like you're sitting there saying, wow, this guy sounds authoritative. He wants to sell me something for my. Then I'd say, well, who shared that with him? What happened to client privilege?
Yes.
But the answer is they stole the records.
Jim, a couple things on commodities. Gold, I think this is going to be 36.18 this morning would be the 29th record close of the year. We talked a bit about gold yesterday.
Yeah, I still believe that the story with gold is that they don't
Order
replace.
filled.
We're not even
Order
replacing
filled.
Phidias
gold
need a
now
good
from
sell
the
for
previous
us.
year.
Order
Again,
filled.
Agnico Eagle is
Order
the same one.
submitted.
It's the one that has all their mines where you want them, that has great growth and also returns a lot of capital to shareholders. Don't fool around. AEM. And it is
I mean,
impossible
NQ
to get
wants
that
to
constant
die.
gold. You got to get up. I don't know what time you have to get up to get that.
Did you talk with gold
Order
with Signet last
submitted.
night?
Yeah.
Order
A bit of
submitted.
sound.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, take a listen to this one.
Who'd have
Order-
thought that
order
we'd be
fill-
at these
order
levels,
fill.
right? But the nice thing about gold is customers know
Order
the value.
filled.
There's a definable market.
Order
and they're
submitted.
willing to make that investment.
Order
That's probably
filled.
the most
Order submitted.
permeable category as it relates to transferring
What's up?
price.
You woke up?
What'd you think?
Well, I did
Morning.
feel that if you bought something,
Order
it's worth
submitted.
a lot more than it was. The big worry with Signet was the laboratory diamond, that loses value, but it turns out that the band gained value, and I think that it is really important to recognize that that was a nice beat and raise from Signet, and was not affected by gold, not affected by tariffs. All three of the nameplates brands are going up.
It tells you on
stock was
the
up a lot
dashboard
more,
what percentage
and
you're
then,
on.
it started going down, and the more I listened
Order
to JK,
canceled.
the more I said, well, this
You
thing
need
is a
to.
horse. But, you know, people don't like retail. But, again, I come back to all these people saying, look out, it's going to be bad. And then I look at what Signet's doing. They represent retail in America, and they're very
Order
excited about
submitted.
business.
Jim, Western Ditch, that's a really good looking chart. If you go from the spring on, today Morgan Stanley top pick.
Oh, you got time.
It's up 4%.
You did.
Well, you know, look, it's the 13 times earnings. It always, I remember, you know, I had 5% of that company at one point, and it was at 8 times earnings. I mean,
Order
look at this
filled.
thing. Now you're talking about a very long time ago, but
Order-
I've always
order
liked the
filled.
technology of Western
Show me the
Digital,
screenshot and I
but
can
people
help
always
you
said that
later.
it's not
Order
exciting.
submitted.
I always feel like if you like Western
I
Digital,
mean,
you should
you're
like
milking
Micron, but I
ETF.
guess right now they're not. Micron's kind of out of favor.
That's kind of interesting
Order-
to compare
order
a chart
canceled.
like Western Digital
Ooh,
with
nice
Order
drop.
filled.
Hell yeah.
stocks or the SMH, which is
Where's my
kind
bulenox?
of, you know, done
200.
as a lot of tech companies have for the past month, kind of stood in place.
Well, they're worried
Order
about China,
submitted.
but Western
Order
Digital, you don't have to worry
filled.
about China. I mean, everybody's worried about if it's got the China
Order
discount.
submitted.
Is really
Go,
humongous
babies,
now.
get some
You would
money.
do business- Like, look, like Lam Research took a $2
Order
billion
submitted.
hit on China.
Yeah, Doc is doing really good.
I remember I went to the CFO conference and sat down. They said, listen, we're taking a $2 billion hit. And yet yesterday, again, someone just said, listen, you got to be very careful, Lam, because of China. At a certain point, you can go buy Lam. 21 times earnings. They have an amazing, a ferocious
Oh, break even. It's a little dumb. See?
Tim Archer
Look
is
at
an
that.
amazing CEO. It's a 33. it's grown 30. The stock's up 33% for the year.
Trust
I'd
the
rather
bot.
buy Lam Research than sell it, but people are so worried.
Yeah,
about,
it's eval.
about
Just
China.
trust the bot.
Also, by the way, the defeatist stuff about China. I mean, like I often feel like that when we hear
Yeah,
China, they're
see?
so superior to us in every single way. And yet, what I think China's doing is
What's
they're
up, Albert?
stimulating consumption with their tech, and we're doing a lot of cool things with tech, but it's not as clear that we're stimulating consumption.
Well, we talk about, you know, the horse race with EVs, technology,
let it
certainly
pump
with
and I'll
renewables and
reshort.
solar. It's something to keep our eye on. Jim, airlines not doing too badly today. I wonder if you think it's about these reports that OPEC Plus is expected to consider more hikes
morning,
in
buddy.
production on Sunday.
Get some money.
The bull market never ended, and I measure the travel bull market by Marriott. Once again, a number of price boosts. That stock is very high. Don't look at Airbnb. I think Airbnb stock should be doing
I forgot
better.
which day is bulenox. After Wednesday, I won't get it till next week, right?
Southwest, everyone was so worried about
Order
when they changed
filled.
the
I think so.
policy.
Order filled.
Well, that was an ill-advised worry.
Order
Even
submitted.
Lowly warm Americans starting to get away from the 11-12 area. I just
Yeah.
think
Order
I'm not buying
canceled.
the airlines because they're trading stocks, but the trade was great.
Order
Yeah,
submitted.
We'll keep an eye on TSA
How
data.
can this be bearish?
Order submitted.
When you look at the airlines,
Order
again,
canceled.
that's the consumer. Who is so worried? The people who are worried about consumer must be
Loving
worried about
this.
their own jobs.
Order submitted.
People put these studies together.
How much more I need on this 50K? I need 500 more on this Apex. For sure, Apex, I'm getting denied. This other
Order
account.
submitted.
As we go to break this morning, watch bonds. We got the comments from Waller.
Thank you for watching the ads.
Today, Kashkari, 1:30 p.m. And of course, Jolts coming up in about 15 minutes. Stay with us.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed
Oh,
income.
we had Tradeify race today, okay? The
What if the
advance.
future of finance wasn't built around
forget.
averages, but around you? At Abacus Global Management, we're redefining financial strategy around lifespan. This is a new era
Yeah.
of investing built on the truth of your life. Welcome to Abacus Global Management.
It's gonna dump more. Just what for my charts, it's gonna go down. We'll probably lose 300, but
Retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable
just need to hold my
retirement
short
for
longer.
years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too
Oh, let me
conservative or
see
not setting
Google.
retirement
Google's still up
Have someone on your
8%.
side
Wow.
to keep you on track.
Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement
I
Kit
don't,
with the help
I don't
you
get
need
why
to make your
Apple is up
retirement a
because
success,
Google doesn't have to
including
pay
the
Apple.
Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement, 13 retirement blunders to avoid, and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better.
Oh, I forgot about the news. You're right. I need to get out of this funding for the news.
Call 1-800-759-4477.
We got what, 10 minutes? Yeah.
Call us today. You don't have it coming
Yeah.
to you unless you plan for it.
If your
I don't want to mess up my
portfolio is $1
TPT
million or
Pro.
more, call
Order filled.
1-800-759-4477.
Order filled.
We're Public Rec.
Order
For
submitted.
guys who don't do fussy or fashioning.
Order
Stretchy,
submitted.
breathable, and built to fit. It's a cheat code for looking good, minus the effort. Stay you. We'll
Yeah.
keep you comfortable while you do it.
Why should you trade options rather
Yeah,
than
for
stocks?
3 hours,
Because they
same
offer
range.
Higher returns, are cost-effective, and can actually reduce risk. Learn
Order
how in our
canceled.
new book.
Cancel
Get a
these
free
since
copy
data's
today
coming
at
out.
itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
Order
I know how
canceled.
to make slick-looking glasses.
Order
but I have
filled.
no idea
Chop
how
that
to
up.
make slick-looking social media stuff.
How much do I need?
Hero uses AI to
Give me
create
some
social
more.
content out of thin air, like this one.
Order submitted.
Glasses are great gifts for all guys and gals.
This is Fatty 15, the first
Order
Science Fat
filled.
award-winning
Order
C15
filled.
supplement. Working at the cellular level,
Order
it
submitted.
strengthens our cells, helping every part of our bodies feel stronger, better,
Order
and healthier.
submitted.
Hey, Perry.
Can't talk. Muscard.
You should get Simply Safe Proactive
Order
Monitor like
filled.
us. The AI
Order
can
submitted.
alert Simply Safe agents before crime can even start.
And there's an anti-theft guarantee.
Simply Safe. Real security stops crime before it starts.
Order filled.
September 16th, CNBC teams up with two-time NBA champion Kevin Durant and
Dang.
Boardroom for
Trying to
Game
pump it for
Plan,
the data.
exploring the business of sports, music, and
Order
entertainment.
submit. Order
Register now at
filled. Order submitted. Order
cnbcevents.com/gameplan.
canceled.
Alphabet now up 8% after the bell and trading
Order
resumed.
filled.
This
Order
is going to be the
submitted.
biggest gap higher, Jim, non-earnings related since
Look,
06.
it was existential. They'll probably win the next case too. And
Oh, dumb
you know,
back.
look, congratulations. I mean, they were that label
Lot shouldn't go
monopolist was
long.
very
And
scary.
I think
And now it turns out
Yeah.
that there was no teeth.
There
Thank
you
you,
go.
Perplexity. Thank you, old Anthropic.
Yeah,
Thank
exactly.
you,
And
old
thanks,
Deep
for,
Sea.
and thanks for reading the papers, Judge Matt.
Yes, no, look, it was existential, and that's off the table. So this is what happens. Congratulations to them. It's great.
We will get Stop Trading with Jim in just a moment.
I'm just posting the number of visitors to the Homes.com network this month. It's become the go-to home shopping site.
It's got another 14,000.
What?
Gotta go back up. Oh, 17,891.
Just hand me some commas and zeros.
Plus 7.
What?
Oh, that's sweet. 25,000 more. Any reason why you didn't just go with over 100 million or even a billion visits a year?
Homes.com, the place to find a place.
As a cardiologist, when I put my
Come on,
patients on
baby.
a statin
Drop that
to
shit.
reduce cholesterol, I also tell them it can deplete their CoQ10 levels. I recommend taking Cunol CoQ10. Cunol has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Order canceled.
Here we go.
Smoking hot. Red hot. It's Omaha Steaks Red Hot Sale Event.
Order submitted.
Save on everything, including America's best steaks, like our exclusive USDA certified tender filet mignon. Order now and get 8 of our
Order
mouth-watering
submitted.
burgers free. This Red Hot Sale event ends soon, so visit omahasteaks.com/TV today and feel the heat.
Franklin Templeton Custom Tax Management. Easily create custom SMAs with our Canvas platform and help investors keep more of what they earn. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
Ahead of the
Same here,
NFL
Top
season
G.
kickoff, Jerry Jones, live and in person with Michael Ozanian on the Cowboys' rising valuation, state of the NFL, and the upcoming season. Closing bell overtime, 4 Eastern tomorrow and streaming on CNBC+.
Order canceled.
It starts from the first phone call. Most of the time, you're going to talk to Gene Burkett, a 30-year partner. You're not going to talk to
order
some
canceled.
Oh well. Okay, now I can sit and wait.
Just got put on the phones that day.
There are things that are so crucial.
Oh, I think I just need 110 more dollars.
To have our
Let me try
experts
again.
get out
We
and
short
look
at
the vehicle,
470.
witness statements, photos, the whole thing.
Oh, let me cancel it.
Order canceled.
Let me do the eval instead.
Luxury
I
isn't
know.
about where you go. It's about how you feel getting there.
I got all day. I don't need a rush.
And the convenience of a
Wouldn't matter. I can't even do it tomorrow because I won't get paid till next week on it.
It's about being able to see things bigger than ever. And turning a playlist into a concert. Welcome to the 2025 Genesis GV80 and GV70. Enjoy limited time offers on select Genesis vehicles. Exclusively at your DFW Genesis retailers.
Time for Jim and Stuff Trading.
Revisit PepsiCo. Now, here's a stock's down $1.50. It's back to 148. It sells at 18 times earnings, and you have Elliott in there. And I just don't understand why people think that this thing can't be changed and made
What's
better.
up?
I mean, they have a lot of good properties.
What's up, cuz?
And when I say 18,
How you-
Coca-Cola's at 22.
We have that in
means
5
the
minutes,
legacy
okay?
That PepsiCo is worth more. I don't think that this is one you walk away from.
How deep red are you?
Yield. I think there could be change, and I think there's a lot of.
Oh, it's not bad. Just stay flat. Data's coming out. You can come back.
Separate beverages and snacks.
No, I think that's that kind of reshuffling that Kraft Heinz did. It's like doesn't really get me there. I think that they bought a lot of properties. I don't know what they should put the money on. They have
Man, look at that drop. Man, I would have got my payout.
They buy Poppy. They just keep buying, but then they give away Rockstar. I mean,
Yeah.
Rockstar is a very, very good brand, and they gave it to John Fieldy.
I just keep-
They do a lot of things that just make me.
Just follow the bar and short
that I
every
don't
pump.
understand. Yeah, I don't understand. I'm in the food business. Man, I'm in every business.
Oh, Google.
The hell?
They said the big one, the resets for Apex is $37. That's not too bad.
I think that Elliott's up to it, and I think that it would be great for.
And then you can just save it for CPI YOLO.
What do you think I should do? Because that's what. If you want to keep your job and make things work,
Nice,
go
Kelsey.
listen. I remember Benioff once called me. I said, "What?" He
No,
said,
they
"What
just
you do
extend
here?"
the activation fee to September 4th, but the sale's in already, but they let you reset for $37.
Called him Wednesday. Eventually,
I just got the email.
Bother, use them. Use Elliott. They've done more work than you have. They're a fresh face. You would pay them millions of dollars if you could call them and say, "Listen, I want."
Yeah, that's how they want it. They want you to YOLO so you can get the cheap activation fee, and most people just blow up doing that.
Anyway, I got market on tonight.
I didn't spend too much this time.
Forces carrying over. I have rocks. Martin Maria, there's the high multiple.
We got 3 minutes
all
left.
The people really want, right? They want rocks.
Ooh, people seeing ads now on YouTube. Hell yeah.
Should rocks sell at 33? Should they sell at a higher multiple than Nvidia? Yes, because there's more intellectual property. You just didn't know.
Right, Blackwell and Rockwell.
I don't know. I just buy the eval and just wait for CPI. I don't mind that activation fee if I can pass.
About 166, but the S&P tacking on 18 points. Don't go away.
On to fund it or buy straight to fund it? I don't know.
Oh, so you corporate types are rock stars?
Patik was posting about it. So I just want to see how much it costs.
Workday's AI agents are making you all rock stars.
Sorry, habit. Proceed.
So
nice.
That's a slide. Any questions?
And now with Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry. Who are they?
Yeah.
Oh, interns.
If you're funding, you're so close to payout too.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1932 $10
You got plenty of
gold
time.
Indian coins
No
have
rush.
been found. These gorgeous 1932 gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck.
Nah,
And
don't
less
say
than
that.
400 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling the secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1932 dated gold coin featuring Lady Liberty with an Indian war headdress and a
All right.
majestic eagle. With limited availability, you must call now.
Come on, give me another pump so I can read short later.
Coins are still in uncirculated
Alright, 1 minute, 2 data.
That is 92 years of history you can hold in your hand. Call
I got a $60 payout for TPT Pro.
Call now and you'll receive a free bonus over a $55 value free with every order. Call 1-888-870-6353 to secure your 1932 $10
Order
gold
canceled.
Indian coins before they sell out. Don't wait. You must act fast. Call now.
Not a damn thing, watch.
Wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal
Watch
the
it be
solution,
a
the more
nothing
powerful the
burger.
result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are.
Mm-hmm.
It's time for Corient.
Never
Ooh.
miss a moment.
I don't think tariffs are necessarily
Nothing.
one, and it
It's
might,
just
undercut
shit.
some of the Fed's confidence that inflation
They didn't do anything.
expectations are well contained.
GDP growth has slowed in the first half of the year. My expectations
Yeah,
as
good thing I didn't YOLO.
this year,
That would
when I
have
say
blown
slowing
2 blown
economy,
accounts.
it's not a stalling economy.
When you ask a CIO or senior technology leaders,
That was a waste. At least it's going down.
a business, the short answer is no. Now it will get there,
Yeah.
but people are moving very
I
cautiously.
need to get back into short. Come on, go with 400 seconds short.
Good Wednesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen with Carl Quintanilla. We are live from Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. David Faber has
Order
the morning
submitted.
off. As for stocks, we are regaining some momentum this morning.
Order
Based on the
filled.
S&P 500 up
Back in the short.
Order submitted.
doing better.
Oh,
So
damn.
Tech is
It's a
leading
bad
today
short.
up 0.8%. The Dow lags down 200 points. And Treasuries, some drama overnight, which we'll talk about with the long bond, but there's buying. So we've got a little bit of reversal in yields.
Late
Calm
reaction, huh?
down. The 30-year 4.9%, the 2-year yield lower 3.62%.
There you go. Drop it, Eddie.
Today, a major clearing event for Alphabet after a court ruling helped the tech giant avoid a breakup. Top analyst Mark Mahaney tells us what is next for the company. And Treasury's Joe Livornia will
Order
give us his
submitted.
first reaction to today's economic data. Tell us more about the Treasury's tariff plan. Plus,
Order
venture
submitted.
contender Chris Waller speaking to CNBC earlier today. We'll get reaction from another
Oh
venture
no.
contender, Jeffrey's David
My
Zervos,
dog.
right
Order
here at
filled.
Post 9.
Let's get some jolts with Rick
South
Santelli.
Blues
Eric?
TPT.
Hi, Carl. Indeed, you are watching yields move lower on the curve, and that is primarily
Order
because
submitted.
job openings and labor
Order
turnover,
filled.
known as JOLTS, comes in on the light side, expecting a number close to
Order submitted.
7.4
Order
million.
canceled.
This is July read.
Order
comes
canceled.
in 7,181,000. That would be the smallest job openings number going all the way back to Dece of 2020. Now, if you look at factory orders for July, comes in exactly as expected at minus 1.3, which is actually the strongest number since it was positive in May at over
Order
8%.
submitted.
There is a revision in the rearview mirror.
Order
no
submitted.
revisions yet.
Order
Factory
filled.
orders ex trans up 0.6, also exactly
Order
as
submitted.
expected.
Order
now,
filled.
when we get to durable goods, these are final reads.
Order
we have mid-month
submitted.
reads. So minus 0.6,
Order
positive
filled.
0.6, excuse me, remains positive
And
0.6.
it's going
That was
in and
the
out as much as I
factory orders.
can, but
Durable
damn,
goods,
looks like it's going
minus
back up.
2.8, stays at minus 2.8.
Order
But what's
submitted.
interesting about minus 2.8 is that is a very weak number. And what we've noticed is there's
Order
a big tug
filled.
of war that was going on in
Order
durables.
filled.
We had minus 2.8 on our final July read. If you look at June,
Order
it was minus
submitted.
9.4. That was the worst going all the way back to April of 2020. Then prior to that, you had a whopping 16.5. That was the best since
Yeah,
2014.
Google's going
So
crazy.
the tug of war going
Order
on with
submitted.
tariffs and all the issues is finally starting to settle back just a bit. Now, if you look at ex-transportation, we lost a 10
Order
from
filled.
1.1 mid-month to 1%. And if we look at capital good orders,
Order
non-defense
submitted.
ex-air
Order
proxy
filled.
for capital spending, it remains at 1.1%.
Order submitted.
And that's a pretty
Not
good
liking
number.
its
That would
pump,
be the
though.
best number going back to May when it was up almost 2%. And finally,
Order
if we
submitted.
switch from orders to shipments, 0.7.
Order
So about
order
3/4,
filled.
1%,
Oh, damn.
and that's exactly where it was on the mid-month read. As I pointed out,
Order
we
submit.
are now
Order
hovering
filled.
around 422 in a 10-year. That would be down 4 basis
Order
points.
submitted.
361 in a 2-year. That's down 3 basis points. And I know that everybody, of course, is talking about the
Order
long bond, whether
submitted.
it's in this country, in the UK, in Japan, because the yields are moving up. Many want to blame it on what's going on with the Fed and Lisa Cook. Listen, I've been looking at these markets a long time. It's an arbitrage with many of these other overseas 30 years. But 30 year isn't the benchmark. Look at 10 years. 10 years
Wow.
is a lost range.
Order
Don't
filled.
see any movement in there
Order
based on
submitted.
this notion of Fed independence
That's
loss.
not good. Let me
It's
just check
actually
on the
been
bot.
consolidated range
No, bot's
on a
still
closing
going
basis
short.
between 420 and 433. Sarah,
Order
back to
canceled.
you.
Okay, thanks, Rick. We're getting some breaking news from the Fed as well. Steve Leisman's here with headlines. Morning, Steve.
Morning, Sarah. Yeah, Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic sounding
Order
a little
submitted.
hawkish, but with some give here, and I'll go through that. He sees more inflation to come from tariffs, possibly over many months, well into 2026. He believes businesses increasingly will be passing along
Come on, drop it
tariff
down.
costs. So what does that mean for his policy outlook? He currently sees inflation as the bigger risk compared to weakening on the labor side. He still sees one cut this year, but he says he could pivot if the job market weakens more than expected. He does expect a slower labor market, so that's already in his forecast when he's looking for one cut, but more weakening might bring him along both to more cuts and faster.
Order
he does
submitted.
not see Fed policy as very restrictive, and he sees a vigorous debate on Fed policy. I'll be back at 11:25 with a full take on all the Fed speak this morning. Quick note, Sarah, if you haven't noticed already, on the JOLTS report, down 1/10 on the job openings rate, but all the other numbers, hires, separation, quits, and layoffs and discharges, all those rates remain the same. So weakening on the top line,
There we go.
but kind
Go
of
back
status
down, baby.
quo inside the
Get
number.
me out of this short.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Why Bostic is not a Fed chair contender.
28.
Because he's more worried about the tariff inflation. So big story that everybody's watching, wondering how much to worry about is this move.
Hey,
in
Alex, I
global
got your
bonds.
activation feed
I think
on.
It's worth highlighting because overnight we saw the 10-year or the 30-year in the U.S. move past 5%. Big round number. Obviously, that's the highest it's been in a while. There's the 30-year yield. We backed off a little bit, as Rick said. It's calmed down. It's not the benchmark. Okay, deep breath. But it's worrisome when you see this global rise in bond yields could ultimately be disruptive for stocks and for global growth. It raises borrowing costs for ultimately governments and corporates. Japan. That's one place we're looking, Carl. And I think it's worth noting that there are some individual stories happening in all these markets that is causing all of this angst. In Japan, I mean, political problems and chaos. Will the leader, the prime minister, have to step down after he lost a majority in the July elections. And there's
I don't know what
serious
you
questions
want,
about what the
Lulu.
fiscal outlook looks like there. We know it's one of the most indebted countries in the world. So individual fiscal and political problems, moving bond
There we go.
yields around the
Come
world.
on,
That's just the
keep
Japan
going.
story. There's a story in France as well, where there's also there's a prime minister's no confidence vote coming up on September 8th, which it looks like he's set to lose. The opposition party's united against him, and he wants to push an austerity budget. So the question is, as these politicians face problems, crises of their own making in many
Yeah, I'm
parts,
still short, Doc. I'm
will
short
the
at
fiscal outlook
428.
deteriorate? You know, we were just starting to see some progress
Order
there, and that's
canceled.
why I think we're seeing this global bond yield move.
I know you
Order
like to watch Ben
submitted.
Emmons of Fed Watch. He's got a chart out today looking at our own 30-year, which he says, if you look at the sort of the technical wedge, we've already broken out of the trend
Order
that
filled.
started really in since
Order
the election
submitted.
of 24 is where he's going back to. But he does argue that the upside now, if you were to have a sustained rise above
screw me
5,
over, bot.
you'd be looking at a target of 6 to 6.5, which would not be constructive.
No,
Ooh,
I mean,
that's not
that-
looking
look,
good.
the market doesn't like to see these big round numbers, and especially going up in quick numbers. Although, you know, those look back historically said we've been a lot higher.
Order
Where were we
filled.
in the 80s? Like triple of
Order
where,
filled.
Higher
where
day.
we were on the 30-year yield.
Order filled.
But look, it's a cause for
Order
concern. And when you
And
look
I got
at
a short on the
stocks
higher day.
falling, yesterday we saw that move. When you look at the bond
Nice.
yields
You pass?
higher, I mean, that's certainly something we have to watch. We have to watch politics,
Oh,
even here in the U.S. Whether it's
250K.
concerns
Order
about,
canceled.
I don't know, the Fed, whether it's concerns about looser monetary policy in
Order
the face
submitted.
of inflationary risk, whether it's concerns about the tariffs going away,
that-
because
Order
courts
canceled.
block them, and they've been revenue raisers to help fight the deficit. All
that's
of
it.
that could be in the mix, and so we'll watch it.
You see the Dudley piece this morning?
Woo, what a drop. I
Basically
caught
the
that
notion
one.
that it's tariff uncertainty that's ascendant once again, and that's going to weigh on hiring decisions.
Was it
Going to weigh on investment
461?
decisions.
I'll reach short of 460.
Partisan
Order
view,
submitted.
maybe, I would say, of that.
I mean, I think he's rolling in this appellate court decision and saying more people are now
We
wondering
don't
what's
know
going to happen.
what's
Yeah.
going to happen.
Order
Just as we
submitted.
were getting used to the policy, sure. You can say that there's uncertainty. That's why the president yesterday said that the stock market is falling, because the courts shot down his tariff decision. Sure.
Let me see if the
More
bot's gonna
uncertainty.
go long. Oh shit, bot might go long. I gotta cancel my short.
S&P's coming off its worst day since the
Order
beginning of
canceled.
August. Dan Greenhouse joins
Order
us here, of course,
canceled.
Vice
Bot might go
President,
long
Alternative
next
Asset
candle. I'm not
Management,
sure if that's good or
Managing
not.
Director and Chief Strategist. It's good to see you back, DG. Welcome.
Thank you for having me, sir.
What is your biggest concern at the moment?
I need to
I
get
mean,
out
the
my other
tariff
shorts.
uncertainty that Sarah just talked about is still. There's a lot of people who think that this is a settled issue. Tariffs don't matter. That we're able to digest them. I think
Order
my read of the
canceled.
situation is, while that's largely true for now, a host of companies during earnings season talked about
Order
the effects of
submitted.
these tariffs unfolding over the next, called 6 to 9 months. And so I don't really have a
Order
feel
canceled.
for what the world is going to
Order
look like on
submitted.
that front. And I
Come on,
think
drop
that's a
it,
bit of
baby.
uncertainty because there is a divergence, as again we just discussed. Some
Alright,
people
that-
think this
that
is
long
a
is
done
gone
deal,
on the bot.
and other people
It's
are
not gonna go
obviously the
long
world
now.
is falling apart.
Does the labor market concern you?
Well, sure, it's slowing down. Expectations for Friday's number is south of 100. I'm probably a touch north of 100, but in either case, it has meaningfully.
It's north of 100.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Because I think the street high
Not
is
yet.
towards you at 100.
No, it's
Yeah,
not
I'm a
anymore.
little bit
It
more
just
optimistic.
disappear.
Although I will
It
note,
might later.
post-COVID,
It needs to go
forecasting this
over
number
450.
is a
Closes.
possibility. Not that it was a sure thing beforehand. But either way, whether you come at 110 or 75 is not the point. It has meaningfully slowed down. We know the JOLTS report just came out. I have to go through the details, but we know that there have been job losses among Hispanic-oriented industries like leisure and hospitality, and a couple of companies, Wingstop, Ross Stores, a couple of others, have noted a slowdown in that portion of the economy. So there are things going on under the hood that you have to pay attention to. But on balance,
It's all
the
Google
AI story
carrying this
remains
market.
intact, and that's really the driving force behind markets.
Job openings fell to 7.2 million in July. So it's more evidence that we're in the cooling direction on the labor market.
And to
Nothing extreme.
contextualize that for viewers, 7.2 million is a perfectly normal rate of the number, the 12 million, the 10 million plus that we had was an abnormally high level of job openings. 6-7 million is perfectly in line with what the economy was doing pre-COVID, and is nothing. It sounds like a lot, but it's normal.
But I think the debate that we just heard, the Bostic headlines, in the market and at the Fed right now is which is the bigger worry, what's happening with inflation or what's happening with the job market?
Well, listen, I think if you're the Federal Reserve, you're concerned about the job market. As an investor, you're obviously concerned about both. but really, a lot of this discussion is esoteric and academic in nature in a lot of respects. As an investor,
drop it so I can get
what are
out.
the cards being dealt to me? How do I play them? And the esoteric.
Yeah, I'm sure that 28 and them got out earlier.
But that said, I think again, if you're the Federal Reserve, you can tolerate 3% inflation. You probably cannot tolerate job losses, or you certainly can't tolerate job losses.
Right. So do you think the most important thing right now is
Today movement's not as good as yesterday. Yesterday was nice.
Yeah, I think so. I know this is a conversation we have on the network quite a bit. What's more important, the Fed
There you
or
go.
AI?
Get me out.
Obviously, both are important. But when you look at the pervasiveness of the AI,
There you go. There you go, baby.
and Broadcom,
Oh, you went long,
down
right?
through GE,
Sorry.
GE Vernova, I should say. I'm sorry, Vistra, Vertiv, etc. The pervasiveness of that theme, the dominance of it from a spending standpoint.
I'm off that now. That was a good dump.
Markets, I think, and the comparisons to the 90s are apt in the sense that you saw a similar spider webbing out throughout markets in the economy. If something slows down there, that's going to have a immediate dramatic effect.
You were long
not
at
just
towards higher
the
day.
economy as a whole.
So what sectors do you like? What stocks?
For SolarWinds, I mean, we've been focused on the consumer and energy.
Yeah, I'm not.
As
Just follow the bot
investing theme.
until it switched too
I
long.
think there's a little bit of a difficulty to what we do that a lot
Hey,
of
that's what a drop.
For the average person, I think right now, again, there's so much concern about are we in a bubble, are we not in a bubble? I would just remind people, the first time, the Greenspan irrational exuberance that we all know so well was December of 1996. I have articles in the New York Times, the Washington
Wish I
Post,
kept mine short.
talking about a bubble in '94 and excessive valuations coming out of the recession in the early '90s, and that didn't stop anything from doing what it did. And I would also add, the S&P 500 was trading at 19 times earnings at the end of 2019. We are up 100% since then.
Order
and people
canceled.
were just absolutely apoplectic about the level of valuations then. So valuation, as we all tell you, day in and day out, is not a market timing tool. And I don't think that today is really
Order
any different from
submitted.
that. So that said, what do you favor? Whatever you favored yesterday, you should favor tomorrow until the story changes.
But you do think that this could go on for a while?
The analogy I've been using is the Netscape IPO. And if you compare that to the ChatGPT release, we are tracking out through what we'll call mid-1998 or so. And obviously that bull market went on another 2 years. And that's not to say what happened then is automatically
Order
what's going to happen
filled.
now.
Order
but it does
submit. Order
contextualize
filled.
what's going on. So do I think it can go on? No one has told me that
That was
it's
unexpected,
not.
really.
There's no slowdown in CapEx
Order
spending. There's no
filled.
slowdown
Order
in orders.
submitted.
Demand is still there. The technology is still being utilized throughout corporate America.
And getting better.
And, well, of course, because right now, I mean,
Or connection
it's
lost.
not the best. So I think there's room for improvement, both from a technological standpoint and also
Order
a productivity
submitted.
standpoint. And that
Got that
still
show.
is
Good
the future.
stuff, Chris.
We're definitely going to be having our eyes peeled for
think so.
use cases coming beginning next year. Dan, it's good to see you again.
Thank you
Thanks
for
for
having me,
coming
guys.
in.
Thank you.
Dan Greenhouse.
Here's
Trying to
our
hurry up
rundown
and finish
for you
this
for the rest of
bonox
the hour,
so I can get
including
my
Treasury's
payout.
Joe Lavorgna, live from the White House with his reaction to this morning's JOLTS data.
We'll break down Alphabet's major win in court, giving that stock biggest non-earnings related gap higher since '06, best performer on the S&P.
And Jefferies strategist and Fed chair contender David Zervos will join us on set talking everything from the Lisa Cook controversy to the key jobs report ahead this week. Big show still ahead. Squawk on the Street. We'll be right back.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled.
Age-related memory decline? Meet
Order
new
submitted.
QNO Brain Health, the first and only tablet to combine 2 high-absorption ingredients, clinically shown to improve memory, focus, attention, and more. Trust QNO for more comprehensive brain health support.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. 2 guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends goes to
Choppy
products
today.
grown or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
Order canceled.
I grew up in Centerville, Ohio. Midwest is best. I was always a news nerd, but thinking about
Order
it as a career
submitted.
seemed pretty far-fetched. When I think about ambition, I think about risk-taking. TV was a huge risk for me. I love covering retail because
Order
it all
canceled.
centers around the consumer.
Order
40% of GDP. I'm really proud to work at CNBC. It is the best of the best when it comes to business news.
Well, she's not the easiest person to please. Right, Mama?
She needs things to be just right.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, we do love her. That's my mug, isn't it?
But she needs a place of her own, and fast.
Thankfully, she's on Redfin. Redfin updates their listings every 2 minutes.
That means every 2 minutes, there's a chance we'll be back to having our porridge in peace.
Oh, wow. This one's just right. Is she leaving?
Oh, it's happening. It is happening.
Drive Time makes it easier to buy a car.
Yeah, already approved. That was easy.
Yep, and you can even customize your own terms on every car.
Oh, there's a little slider.
Oh no, I wasn't talking about you moving. I'm talking about Google and the
And we
actual
have
stuff.
thousands of cars under 15 grand.
I never had this kind of power. Boom! Lower! Lowest down option. Low monthly payment option. I'm making my own deal on all these cars.
Welcome to Car Buying Made Easy. This is a commercial. Go get your real deal at drivetime.com.
Getting some breaking news on Pfizer. Let's get to our Angelica Peebles. Good morning, Angelica.
Morning, Carl. Well, Pfizer is responding to a Trump social post from President Trump the other day where he basically called for more
Order
transparency
submitted.
and more data around COVID-19 vaccines. Pfizer today in a statement saying,
Order
praising
filled.
Operation Warp
Order
Speed and saying
submitted.
that it restored consumer confidence, it saved over $1 trillion in healthcare costs, and praising that whole operation and saying that they agree, they desire transparency as well. And in response to President Trump's request, they're sharing a link
Yeah,
to
this is
Pfizer's
boring
website
now.
containing numerous published studies and updates on safety, immunogenicity, and efficacy data in an open and accessible manner. And they will be sharing more data on their latest booster in the coming days. So this is a response
That's a
again
huge
to that
pump.
request for more transparency.
It's cooling a little bit, Sarah, but if you look at the current
Yeah.
rate, it's exactly where it
submitted.
was in the fourth quarter of 2019 when the Trump economy generated nearly 3.5% real
Order
GDP
submitted.
growth. And the most important thing, Sarah, is the one big beautiful bill, which is a huge middle and lower income tax cut, is in place.
Order
and
filled.
the forward, meaning future economic activity and growth prospects, look fantastic.
Why? What is the bill?
Order
When is
submitted.
it going to filter into the real economy, and what's going to be the impact?
So right now, Sarah, it's already filtering in. If you look at capital spending, it grew over 15% in the first half of the year. The AI story is certainly very powerful, but we saw good growth in industrial
Order
equipment and
canceled.
transportation.
There we
And
go.
that was a result of the fact that
Keep dropping.
the bill was written to make capital spending retroactive to Inauguration Day. So that spending has accelerated. We saw the new orders component in the ISM the other day improve. And it looks like, Sarah, right now, the widely
Order
followed
submitted.
Atlanta Fed GDP is forecasting 3.5% GDP growth, and that's after a 3% plus gain in the last quarter. So the trajectory of growth is
Order
very
filled.
solid.
No, it's good. It's good
Order
to see capital
submitted.
spending growth, and I know that was one of the aims of the bill. But then why aren't companies more confident about hiring right now?
Well, a lot of the slowdown, Sarah, was related to what I'd call a sugar high on the prior administration, just massively
Man, I
lifting
think-
fiscal spending and creating
No,
artificial
it's not coming
demand and
along yet.
therefore engendering faster inflation. What we know
Order
historically
filled.
is when capital spending trends improve, hiring inevitably follows. You also see it in the GDP data. You've got very high corporate profits. You've got
Order
very good
filled.
margins on the retail sector. That should push
Order
back against
submitted.
this narrative that somehow tariffs
Order
have
filled.
been inflationary, and therefore this capital spending comeback, as we
Order
like to call
submitted.
it, is a very positive sign for future hiring. That means in the months and quarters ahead.
So does it mean that the Fed shouldn't get that aggressive with rate cuts?
No,
Order
because
filled.
the economy,
Order
if it wants to
submitted.
get its full potential, you'd argue it would need rates in line with what are considered neutral. And by
Order
even the
order
highest
canceled.
dot on the Fed dot plot or histogram, rates are restrictive. And Chair Powell and
Last night, I think on X, he was talking about tariff revenue. He thought the total could reach $300 billion this year, but it could be much higher. This is from
Order
his interview on
canceled.
Fox. And then he wrote, every
Order
$300
filled.
billion adds 1% to GDP. With tariffs alone, growth could
That's a
hit
nice
5%.
little dip.
Do we have that right?
yeah, I didn't
Order
see the
submitted.
exact comment, but
Yeah.
what the Secretary's highlighting, Carl, is the fact
And
that
still have a short of
revenues
420.
from tariffs have been extraordinary. We're actually running above a $300 billion annualized rate. The Secretary said we may even hit 500 as
Oh,
this
you long
trend
at 49?
continues. And what the revenues do is
Oh, I
they'll lower interest rates and they'll galvanize
you got
very
out
fast
earlier.
growth.
Dang.
5% growth would be great. But we're looking at growth. We think that's sustainably at 3%,
Oh, you just went long.
3% plus. That's basically what we saw in the first Trump administration. And what we saw, Carl, as you remember, was strong growth and low and stable inflation. And by the way, back then, interest rates were a good deal lower.
Right. So
3 minutes got
this
the
is-
upside,
these
but
kinds
15
of
minutes got the
scenarios are contingent
downside
on
still.
What level of interest rates do you think over the longer term?
We'll see.
The central tendency of
Order
the FOMC's
canceled.
forecast is about 3%, 275 to 3%.
Order
maybe
filled.
a shade
Order
higher.
submitted.
That's about 150 basis points or so
Order
higher
filled.
than where rates are now. And you've heard various Fed
4 more
governors, such
hundred on
as
this
Governor
Apex.
Bowman
Order
and
submitted.
Governor Waller, talk about the need to adjust rates. It does look like the chair, based on public comments, is going to lower rates this month, so we'll see what happens.
Are you part of these interviews that the Treasury
I am not.
Secretary is doing?
No, I mean, I help the Secretary in whatever he needs
Order
as
filled.
it relates to macro issues. That process, Sarah,
Order
will begin soon,
submitted.
as he said. And if I'm asked to help in any way, absolutely, but this is the Secretary's mandate.
What do you want to see in the next Fed chair?
Order
What I'd
filled.
like to see
Order
is really
submitted.
a wholesale
Order
reevaluation
canceled.
of how the forecast process is done. So this is changing the vision of monetary affairs, changing the vision of research
Order
and
filled.
statistics, to have less groupthink and to have more robust macroeconomic discussions.
Order
it's not as if
submitted.
the economics profession has a uniform consensus view of the world. They're known to
Order
disagree.
submitted.
So I would like more debate
Order
of the
filled.
governors to get more varied viewpoints, not have a similar type of view, which is
Order
basically a
submitted.
Keynesian stochastic dynamic equilibrium model of how the world works. It doesn't
Order
work that way in
canceled.
principle.
Yeah, that 450 has
And
been
really
pretty
kind of
good.
changing it from the bottom up. And of course, as the Secretary has mentioned, Sarah, having much less mission creep, focus on macroeconomics, not climate change, not issues of equality. You know, those microeconomic issues really don't have any place in central bank
Order
decision
submitted.
making.
To be fair, they haven't really done that.
No, they have. If you look at a lot of the research, but especially various reserve banks,
Right.
and to some extent the board, they've definitely gone way past what their mandate is.
But not in setting policy. If I
Not
may
doing
ask
good
you
on this funding
tariffs,
ticks.
you know, the Treasury Secretary said
Order
if the
submitted.
Supreme Court does not uphold the tariffs, there are other options, and I'm wondering what those options are, what the Plan B looks like here.
Order
Well,
filled.
first and foremost, the president and the secretary believe that the courts will rule in favor of these
Order
options. The
submit-
president has
order
the ability
filled.
and authority to implement these tariffs. That's number one. Number
Order
two,
submitted.
one of the options the secretary has mentioned,
Order
should it come to
filled.
that, and we don't think it will, would
There
be
you go.
Section 338, which was part of
Bye, buddy.
Smooth
Order filled.
Hawley. But again, we're hopeful that will not happen, and we look for a speedy resolution to this issue.
Evercore's out today, Joe. They write if
Order
the court
submitted.
does rule against the use of IEEPA for tariffs, it could constrain the freewheeling use of tariffs as a political tool, which they think would be growth positive because tariffs would be more predictable, less volatile. What's wrong
Yeah,
with
I
that
don't- argument? Well, first of all, there's other tariffs. It's not just IEEPA, there's also Section 232. But again, the notion
It might
that
on the
these
3
tariffs
minutes.
are somehow cause all this extraordinary uncertainty. I mean, there was
Order
some
shorting
uncertainty
at
in April, no
55.
question.
Order
That
submitted.
was part of the leverage in the negotiating
Order filled.
strategy of the
Oh,
president
damn,
and the
there you
Treasury
go.
Secretary. We had the fastest,
Order
biggest move
submitted.
off of a 15% equity correction in the market's history. Markets are forward-looking. Markets are discounting the fast growth we've seen. I don't understand why people are talking about this uncertainty hurting everything. You don't see it in the data. Tariffs, you look at goods prices within the CPI,
you could
they're
just
up
get out.
7/10 annualized since we started to take in record tariff collection in April. So I just don't buy into this uncertainty argument. I think it's an excuse, and hopefully it eventually will go away.
Joe Labornia, thank you for joining us and,
Thank you,
and
Carl.
shedding
Thank
some
you,
light
Sarah.
on your
Wow, that's
administration's
right.
thinking around
Filled.
some of these
Order
numbers. Joe
submitted.
Labornia from the Treasury.
Order
Still ahead this
canceled.
morning, Google notching this big win in the antitrust case that's dogged it for years. Shares are surging, although slightly off the opening highs. We'll get the streets
Nice.
take in a couple of minutes. Later on, potential Fed contender and Jefferies chief market strategist David Zervos is with us. He'll bring his predictions for the jobs number on Friday. And breaking down this pop in yields, the
72.
30-year
Order
Sarah mentioned
submitted.
earlier, touching 5 for the first time since July overnight. Don't go anywhere.
Funding ticks is soon to blow.
Order submitted.
Comcast Business
It needs to
Advanced
drop.
Networking and Security Solutions help turn
No,
businesses
no,
into
funding ticks is just an
logistics
eval. I don't have any
mastery,
masters on there.
Supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying, poke bowl ordering, cyber securing, mobile access granting, data managing. Welcome to the
Or
world.
that. Oh no, bot went long. Motherfucker.
Powering the engine of modern business. calm cash business.
Every dog is unique.
Yeah.
That's why at the Farmer's Dog, we put your dog at the center of everything we do.
Stupid bot.
With food that's freshly made, packed with
I'm
nutrients.
stuck on my bulenox short.
portioned. We're making it easy for you to take care of your buddy.
Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1932 $10 gold Indian coins have been found. These gorgeous 1932 gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 400 of these gold coins are
Order
available.
canceled.
Coin experts are calling the
Order
secret U.S.
submitted.
gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own
Order
a piece of the
filled.
hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a
Order
1932
filled.
dated
There
gold
we
coin
go.
featuring
Order
Lady
canceled.
Liberty
There
with
we
an
go.
Indian war headdress and a majestic
Order
eagle.
filled.
With limited availability, you must call now. These 1932 dated gold coins are still
was a
in
good dip.
uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 92 years of history you can hold in your
Oh,
hand.
that
Call
straight to funded is expensive.
Call now when
Holy
you receive
crap,
a free
from Top
bonus
Step.
over a $55 value free with
I
every
posted in
order.
the chat.
Call
Oh my god.
870-6353 to secure your 1932 $10 gold Indian coins before
So
they
it's
sell
just a
out.
reset, right? You gotta have a
Act
pass
fast.
eval
Call now.
to reset, right? It's,
Investing. You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave. Stop. That's not how investing works. You're not a child playing a game. This is grown-up business. The real thing. You know wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
Kelly Evans, Brian Sullivan, Power Lunch, weekdays 2 Eastern, CNBC.
Hi everyone, I am your new editor-in-chief. How many of you have written for a
I need
paper
3 more
before?
hundreds for this
You
Apex.
tweeted?
I'm in a group
text. Terrific.
Push to 4,
I
I
hope
mean
it's not too disruptive to have me sort of shake everything up.
No, don't be so self-defecating.
Order submitted.
Google shares at the top of the S&P after a U.S. judge ruled the tech giant will not have to divest its Chrome browser. Mark Mahaney,
Ooh,
Evercore
that's
ISI's
rough.
head of internet research, joins us to discuss what the ruling means for Google. Maybe you can weigh in on the Apple impact. He has an outperform rating on Alphabet and a price target
Order
of 240.
canceled.
Mark, great to see you. Thanks for the time this morning. Did you see this coming?
Order submitted.
Well, we guessed that there was going to be that Google was going to be able to avoid a worst case scenario, and they did. I think the results actually probably for Google bulls like myself, this was probably better than we had thought likely. But I read through the judge's decision as much as I could at 230 pages, and I think it's a very thoughtful approach to search and technology. And that sentence on that first page that says that things have changed because of Gen AI.
Give me
I think
420
that's
so I can get out.
exactly what most
420,
people who follow
please.
tech would have wanted to have seen. Of course, the facts have changed on the ground, and if we think, personal legal opinion, that's not worth much, is that the judge made the right call here, which is that let technology determine market shares going forward. So he identified a monopolist, he laid out some strictures, and he's also fully respectful of what's happening in the market as a whole. So anyway, from a stock perspective, this was clearly
492 is the
clear
next
Google
level
shares,
up,
and
so
we
I'm gonna have to
continue like the
average
stock.
down
It's
on the
an important
short.
thing because now you get to the fundamentals. This distraction is behind us. Now you can focus on the fundamentals, and valuation I think is still highly attractive.
Commission.
Right. What drives fundamental? What drives that story from here?
Okay, so first, the core catalyst has got to be they got to maintain that double-digit search revenue growth. They've been at 11, 12, 13% for
Order
about 2 years
canceled.
now. We
Man,
think
it's
that
sucking it
we
on.
think
Order
that will continue
submitted.
I mean,
because
we
what's
short
underappreciated
at
by the market is the
495.
quality of Google leads is actually rising, and it's kind of the law of unintended consequences. You
submitted.
show people fewer paid clicks so that when they click on them, they're less casual, they're more conscious, determined, whatever it is. But the marketers we talk with, the advertisers, are seeing higher quality leads coming from Google. That's causing pricing to go up. That's a good thing for Google. And then secondly, just like
Order
Meta,
filled.
Google's been able
Order
to use Gen
submitted.
AI to improve its ad targeting, its ad selection. So you've
Order
got
fill-
a
order
search
filled.
marketplace that's getting better. That's your core catalyst if that continues. Then you
Order
got what I call these
submitted.
amplification catalysts. That's YouTube revenue. That's accelerating. That's Google Cloud revenue. That's accelerating. And then Waymo is coming to a town near you. And you put all that together, I think the stock's worth more. You put a 25
Order
multiple on this
filled.
or next year's numbers.
Order
You get to like
canceled.
275 on 2027 earnings
Yay.
numbers. You get to 325. So somewhere in between there is probably where the stock
300
can go.
more.
Called $300. I think there's still a lot of upside. I like Google here.
Slowly getting it up.
One thing you didn't mention was Wiz, the cybersecurity firm in Israel that it's paid more than $20 billion
Order
for, and that
submitted.
is also working its way through the regulators now, namely Department of Justice. I wonder if this makes that more likely and what that
Order
would do to the
submitted.
thesis.
I would think it would make it more likely, Sarah.
Order filled. Order filled.
Google
Order
has a
submitted.
dominant position that's well
Order
documented in
canceled.
search. There's no dominant
Order
position
filled.
that Google has. I mean, Google is a distant player in cloud
Order
computing and
filled.
security
Order
software.
submitted.
So I don't think
Wow.
that something like that
Order
would
filled.
be blocked.
Order
but,
submitted.
That's a limited opinion.
Order
but I don't think
canceled.
something like that would be blocked. And yeah, are you going to be buying Google
Order
for
submitted.
Google Cloud? No, that's still a tiny, and Google Software's business, that's still a tiny part of the overall value, but it all helps. It's
Order
all part
submitted.
of those extra catalysts that you get with a name like this. You get the core search business continuing to do well,
Order
YouTube
submitted.
accelerating, Google Cloud accelerating, and then you get these kind of wonderful option values in some of their life science investments, and definitely
Order
in Waymo.
filled.
And there's more upside to the stock. It should trade at a premium to the market. It's been at a discount for quite some time.
Order
You just
submitted.
removed one of the biggest reasons that it's had a discount to the market. Now we can go higher.
We had a good discussion this morning about just how important it is to be the default search on Apple. Can you talk about why that matters so much?
Because so many searches.
Do you really think
occur
Apex
on
making a
Apple
lot?
devices, certainly in
PT?
North America and in parts of Western Europe, not necessarily
Order
in the world.
filled.
That's Android. The rest of the
Order
world is Android.
submitted.
But in higher GDP per cap countries, you'll see that
Order
Apple is a
filled.
very strong
Order
presence. So having
submitted.
that default position, or at least being able to bid for it. I mean, the worst
Order
case scenario
filled.
here wasn't that Google would get blocked from
Order
bidding
canceled.
on Apple. It's that
Order
Google would get
filled.
blocked, and
Order
then somebody
filled.
else, OpenAI or Microsoft, would
Order
come in and
filled.
take the exclusive search away from Google, and then you'd see a dramatic 30% market share loss. That was the worst case scenario,
Order
and that's not
canceled.
coming true. That's not coming to pass. The judges
Order
allowed Google to
submitted.
bid, not exclusively, but to bid for that placement. I would think, I don't cover Apple, but this has clearly been an overhang on Apple stock, and now they've got this almost guaranteed 20,
Order
25 billion a
submitted.
year.
Later, buddy.
Super high margin revenue coming their way thanks to Google. So
Order
it's hard to see this
submitted.
as not a big win for Apple too.
Yeah.
All right.
No mistake that we have those two names on the screen
Later,
as you
buddy.
speak. Mark, a really interesting day in tech. Good to talk to you. Thanks for the help.
Thanks, Carl.
Mark Mahaney.
And big tech is at the top of the S&P 500 this
Order
morning,
submitted.
thanks in part to Alphabet, look soaring 8%.
Yeah, it's very choppy, Albert.
Apple also up 3.25%. Big move.
Filled.
Megacaps.
Lots
Order
up like
filled.
10
Take
points
place
only.
For investors from this morning's
Damn.
consumer reports,
Order
as Macy's
submitted.
leads the charge with double-digit
Order
gains.
submitted.
And later on, Jefferies strategist and Fed chair contender David Zervos. Big show still ahead. Stay with us.
Wave hello to Zane. He's king of the ping. But oh, how his passion takes your team from level 0 to level Zane. You need Zane. Zane needs benefits. Work with Principal so we can help you with a plan that's right for Zane. Let our
Order
expertise round
submitted.
out yours.
Custom Ink helps us motivate our students with custom gear. We love how Custom Ink takes care of everything we need so we can focus on the kids.
We make it easy to wow all your groups with high-quality custom apparel, accessories, and promo products, all backed by our guarantee at customink.com.
My name is Mike Hammond, founder of Signal Relief. Much of my career has been working in construction, and I love the outdoors and horses. That active lifestyle is what has caused my body to hurt. I didn't want to let this affect my family or my life, and that's what motivated me to create a team to build the Signal Relief patch. Clinically shown that over 85% felt relief in just 72 hours, with almost half feeling significant relief in just 15 minutes. It's drug-free, reusable, and it comes with a money-back guarantee. Whether it's your neck, back, knee, shoulder, or just aches and pains, this patch can give you your life back. When I gave my best friend a patch with tears in his eyes, he said it was the first time in 16 years he did not hurt. Join the hundreds of thousands who found relief. I'm asking you to try the Signal Relief patch today by going to our website. If you're thinking about buying, it means you need one. You have nothing to lose. I promise the patch works.
I struggled with drinking
Order
for 15
filled.
years
Order
until
filled.
I tried medication proven to
no, what
curb
happened?
alcohol cravings. That's why I founded
Average
Oral Health
cow.
to help others drink less or quit. 3 out of 4 Oral Health members drink less within
Order
2 weeks.
canceled.
Text TV to 710
And
710 to learn.
now,
This is my coffee shop. We just moved into a bigger space,
Hey,
brought on
440.
another employee, and ordered new branded
Order
gear for the
submitted.
team. It was so easy. I just chose my products, added our logo, and placed my order. Bring
Order
your own team together
submitted.
with custom gear. Get started today at customink.com.
So yeah, outrageous bagging, jumping, check on that Johnsonville feed. Let our individual flavors blend together. Yes, block nobody, block party. Keep it juicy.
I'm Kirk Herbstreit, and today I'm eating Raising Cane's.
Herbstreit's in the drive-thru again.
Oh, hey, Kirk. What can I get you today? I want a solid bench of 4 chicken fingers that are real difference makers. Crinkle cut fries with dynamic ridge patterns. Texas toast and
Order
cane
filled.
sauce with an air of smugness that comes from knowing you're the best. Now back to you, Todd.
So the usual.
Order submitted.
Make Raising Cane's part of your game day lineup. One love.
yeah, not looking good for me.
Just over 30 minutes here into the hour.
Yeah, I'm a bulenox out 3 MQ at 440 now.
Order submitted.
After beating earnings
Just trying to hurry up and
estimates
get to
by
the
more than 20
payout,
cents.
but I
Revenue
think I
also a beat,
messed up.
and they raised guidance, citing a resilient
But it
consumer
can drop.
of 20%.
440 is not bad.
Different story for Dollar Tree. It's under pressure despite better than expected results and same-store sales. Full year guidance falling short of estimates. Stock down 8.5%. And then Campbell shares higher as well, despite a miss on revenue and negative organic growth across segments. Executives on the call saying, quote,
Order
consumers remain
canceled.
cautious
There we go,
and
baby.
continue to seek value in a variety of ways, such as cooking at home, but arguing that's a benefit for
I
their
got
meals and
$150 on
beverage
TPT Pro,
business.
so that's
kind
a
of mixed
decent
bag, but
payout.
overall, stock liking it. Staples, a little more in demand these days on the defensive tone in the
Try to
market.
get more of it.
That said, close to session highs here. Let's get a news update with Silvana Hanau. Hey, Silvana.
Carl, good morning. A federal appeals court rejected
Order
President Trump's
submitted.
attempts to use the 18th Century Alien Enemies Act to deport immigrants his administration accused of belonging to a Venezuelan gang. A panel of judges voted 2-1 to block the deportations, ruling that the administration Tiananmen Square. And Putin said
Order
after
filled.
attending the spectacle
Order
that
filled.
he is ready to meet with his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky and suggested the talks could be held in Moscow. His comments came after Russia launched more than 500 drones and dozens of missiles at Ukraine overnight, Sarah.
Okay, thank you, Silvana. We are just about an hour here into trading. And stocks, as mentioned, Carl mentioned, near session
new
highs.
high
At least
day
the
now.
S&P.
Dang.
Dow's under pressure. Tech is leading today, so it's kind of a mixed bag as far as sectors. Communication
this other
services,
payout.
technology, and consumer discretionary are all higher.
Order
Everybody else is
submitted.
lower. Energy's at the bottom of the barrel, down 2%. Utilities, staples, industrials also weaker. Jeffrey
20
Strategies and
points,
venture
yeah.
contender David Zervos
Order
joins us
submitted.
next with his take on the market action. And still to come, the CEO of HP, Enrique Lores, with his read on how consumer demand for PCs, particularly those
Sucks
AI
with Tradeday. I've
PCs,
been trying to get
is showing up,
$250
and any
today.
impact he's seeing from tariffs.
I want
We're
to keep
back in a
getting daily
moment.
payouts.
David trusts Prevagen for
It's
his
492 is
and
where
this
my
is
next
his
level when it hits,
Nice
so
to meet you. My name is
after that's
David.
565.
I've been a
That's gonna
pharmacist
be
for
more.
44 years. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen.
Google's already
Number
up
one, because it's
8%.
effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so
Order
good for
filled.
me.
Order
Makes my
submitted.
day.
Prevagen has been the #1 selling brain
Order
supplement
canceled.
nationwide
Order
for over
submitted.
10 years.
Oh, so you corporate types think you're rock stars?
That's as ridiculous as us being corporate types.
Let's begin. Rockstar move using Workday to handle all our AI agents.
Well, watch me handle my agent, Gary.
30
Bubbly
points on
water,
the long.
No bubbles. So what'd you do this weekend?
The huge.
Shout out to Carmen for using Workday to manage our people and AI agents.
What are we doing?
Just clap.
Carmen!
Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1932 $10 gold Indian coins have been found. These gorgeous 1932 gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 400 of these gold coins
If I can get out of my short,
Coin
I think I'm
experts
gonna
are
be
calling
done.
this secret
I need
U.S. gold
440.
coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1932 dated gold coin
Sam.
featuring Lady Liberty,
Got greedy.
Indian war headdress, and a majestic eagle. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1932 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is
Ooh.
92 years of history you
Ouch,
can hold
sorry.
in your hand. Call 1-888-870-6353. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus over a $55 value free with every order. Call 1-888-870-6353 to secure your 1932 $10 gold Indian coins.
Were you averaging
before
down
they
with
sell
NQ?
out. Don't wait. You must act fast. Call now.
Nate Jones steps up to the mirror, lines things
Sorry.
up, towels off, checks his
Damn.
Fidelity app,
NQ just hit 500.
looks to outside analysts to get a second opinion. Nate likes what he sees. Same page?
Dang, no, my short is toast. I'm down 400.
As little as $1 with no commissions. Talk about easier investing.
I want you to be a club member. I think I can help you become a better investor.
The CNBC Investing Club is
Order
for
filled.
everybody.
Wow.
If you're
Order
standing out on the
submitted.
sidelines, you should go ahead and take the risk because Jim is there with you to help give you the confidence you need to be successful.
There's
Order
just
filled.
a huge reservoir of information available. You couldn't ask for more support.
Order
Join the club,
submitted.
And let me help you become a better investor.
New members save with a special offer. Go to cnbc.com/joinjim.
Welcome
Order
back, Fed
canceled.
Governor and possibly next Fed chair. He's in the mix. Christopher Waller joining Squawk Box earlier this morning, supporting, no surprise, a rate cut next month and beyond. Listen.
I think we need to start cutting rates at the next meeting, and then we don't have to go in a locked sequence of steps. We can kind of see where things are going because people are still worried about tariff inflation. I'm not, but everybody else is. So I would say over the next 3 to 6 months, we could see multiple cuts coming in. Whether it's like every other meeting, we'll have to wait and see what the data says.
Order
All right, let's bring in
canceled.
someone else in the mix. Jefferies Chief
drop
Market
it.
Strategist David Zervos with his outlook. It's not surprising that Fed Governor Waller, who voted to cut last meeting, wants to cut this
I guess
meeting.
bought up 50
I would
points.
imagine you agree, or you think we should see cuts?
Sure, absolutely. Been pretty clear about that, and our notes to clients as well as discussions with you and others on the network. I think there's a very cogent case for much lower interest rates.
Much lower? What do you mean much?
Well, Sarah, I've been arguing even back in the summer months of last year that the neutral rate is probably closer to 2 rather than 3%, and that as the balance sheet comes down, we lose that stimulus from the balance sheet, and we need to get rates back toward a more neutral place. That we've
Order
had a kind
submitted.
of temporarily high neutral rate because the balance sheet was so big for so long, and now that's just not the case anymore.
Where do you see it hurting the economy?
Clearly, the interest rate sensitive sectors. We all know the story. Housing, I think you just talked about that with Joe Livornia. This is not a symmetric distribution of Fed policy when you have the rate structure so high and the balance sheet that was high
Order
now
submitted.
coming down. So for me, it's an unfortunate situation that politics have gotten in the way of getting rates back to a more neutral place.
Give me a dip. I
think
want to
a
get
lot
out.
of
I want to get out.
miscalculations were made, but also some people with desires to act a little bit politically.
You really think Fed Chair Powell?
Let's not enable these policies idea played a role.
You set up the raffle
how
tickets for
Fed policy
Tradeify.
evolved post-tariff.
So I'm just
So,
bag holding.
It's unfortunate, but we'll get through it. It's not the end of the world. The policies on fiscal, trade, immigration, regulatory policy, they're going to dominate. But it's just unfortunate that we have to have a little bit of a headwind from monetary policy that's, in my opinion, unnecessary.
Although,
Order
is
canceled.
there ever a situation where people
Order
job on the
submitted.
Fed to raise, to hike, right? I mean, political noise always wants cheaper rates.
I think, yes, and it comes from, we've seen letters from Maxine Waters, Sherrod Brown, Elizabeth Warren, all throughout the pre-election period. Please cut, please cut. And certainly, we're finding out that there was a lot of pressure, maybe even behind the scenes with Janet Yellen, Lael Brainerd, Lisa Cook. All of that is political in nature. And then there's political on the other side. This is always going to be a political volleyball. And I think the Fed has to navigate that and has navigated that in some ways in a sort of eloquent way, in some ways in a clumsy way. And I think this is a big clumsy.
I genuinely think that Powell and maybe others are worried about inflation as a result of tariffs. I mean, someone pays for tariffs, right? And it is usually the consumer. I have been saying every single day, it's great that we're not seeing big spikes in consumer price index. However, the risk is there with tariffs out there, no?
It's always a risk. I mean, what are you doing when you're running monetary policy? You're risk managing a situation. You're trading off these inflation and employment goals. You're taking some risk with inflation to get more jobs or vice versa. So I think the leaning on the risk side has political biases. That's all. But it's natural. I mean, look, when someone goes in and gets a job at the Supreme Court and becomes a justice, do you say, oh, they're immediately independent? They're somehow not going to hold true to their political and their principles that they believe in?
Submitted.
There's clearly, a lot of different beliefs on that Supreme Court today, and they don't just leave them at the door when they go in to hear cases. So I don't think we.
You don't need points for this. Just get your tickets in.
It's surprising to me when we hear these, constant discussions of elevated independence at the Fed when we know people bring their biases to the table, and they should. They should bring their views, their economic views, their political views. They should bring everything to do the job the best they can, which is to maximize employment.
All right, Tradeday just gave me the 100K in a day giveaway for September.
That have creeped in, like inclusion and other stuff that
it does sound though like you see value in disparate points of view. Is there danger in sort of packing the committee?
Well, I don't really worry about that at this stage because the committee's kind of been
pushed
probably more toward the left side over recent years. So balancing it out seems like a healthy story. But yeah, I would say in government, it's always better to have a balanced view. I love the idea of having a debate with people with opposing views. I do that every day at Jefferies. That's my job. As I go in, sit with clients. I'm going to do that all afternoon with some very big clients and debate the macro view. And we have differences of opinion. I think, again, not to bring up your interview with Joe Livorni again, which I thought was great.
Submitted.
He said it again when you asked him about what he'd like to see at the Fed, which is more discussion. And I think we've lost a little bit of that. There's a lot of groupthink. It's nice to see Mickey Bowman and Chris Waller dissenting. Yes. It's nice to see that there's others that are likely to come on that have.
I don't know if I should average down some more or not.
Joe actually used the DSG.
I don't think I should.
DSG words, dynamic, stochastic, general
Order filled.
It's nice to see different neoclassical views or supply side views, as I like to call them, come into play. That'll be fun.
Just one more on your call to lower interest rates by a lot. The stock market's at a record high.
Yeah.
Credit spreads are very tight.
Almost at records, yeah.
Almost record tight. These are very easy financial conditions, which would not usually mean time to cut rates.
Well, there are other parts of financial conditions, currency markets, dollar still pretty strong, although it's weakened a bit.
It's down 10% this year.
Yeah, but it's still very strong. I mean, 1.16 euro is still strong by most standards, and the DXY is at high. There are plenty of other things that come into play with financial conditions, but that's not the only reason, sir. We've had a major disinflationary period that has come into play since the peaks of 2022. And there's no reason for us to tie our hands behind our back or one hand behind our back.
I didn't even know that.
Let this economy grow even faster. As I think you said earlier in a segment, the Secretary of the Treasury talked about having 4 or 5% growth if we can get this trade policy sorted out. Why should we handicap it because of some phantom fears?
This whole time I thought I was in Discord.
And it was nice to see Jay
I don't see myself
in the Jackson Hole speech. I thought that was helpful.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
A little too late, I think, from the perspective of getting monetary policy on board with the rest of the policies that are out there.
Submitted.
We could have much more strength and a much more robust year-end and 2026 if monetary policy got out of the way a little bit.
Have you made sure to not declare primary residence on 2 different houses? that you own? Have you checked?
I have
Order
checked
submitted.
all of my. It's been a long time since I had a mortgage in Connecticut. I still have my mortgage in Florida, which is where my residence is because I like the tax deduction there. But I moved my residence to Florida way back about 10 years ago. But I come here to visit you guys.
Yes, you
clients.
did.
We are very grateful. David, thank you very much for taking all the questions. David Zervos from Jefferies.
Coming up on Money Movers this morning, don't miss the CEO of cybersecurity firm Zscaler. We'll talk to Jay about the quarter. Shares are moving a bit lower despite the Q4 beat. Year to date, Zscaler still outperforms some other names in the space like CrowdStrike and Palo Alto. That's all coming up at 11 a.m. Eastern
Order
in just a few
filled.
minutes.
Order submitted.
Get your raffle ticket, Gambit. You did? Alright, cool. I blew my funding text eval, so I only have 2 more left and I'm done. Good to have next sell.
Order filled.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things just right. That's why
Am
I
I?
make Ben's home recommendations. They know what I want even
Oh,
before
Gambit.
I do.
I think he just
A
woke
home
up.
that's just right.
Yeah.
At
Order
Public, the
submitted.
high-yield cash account's a no-brainer. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
49 tickets in.
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors. And in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at abacuspays.com to learn what your policy might be worth.
For many of my clients,
Ooh, look at this drop. Let's go.
right for them and their estate plan.
Come on, give me out my TPT. Let's go.
abacuspays.com.
Dump it, baby.
Order.
Yeah, I'm out of TPT. Got my $150.
Get the real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
Hey, shut up.
Age-related memory decline? Meet new Cunol Brain Health, the first and only
Now I just
tablet
need to get out my
containing 2
bulenox and I'll
high-absorption
be happy.
ingredients, clinically shown to improve memory, focus, attention, and more. Trust
Oh,
Cunol
let me
for
tell her
more
thank you for
comprehensive
the
brain health
trade day
support.
now.
Weeknights.
Trump slapped on
100K in a day trade day.
He's very clearly saying that tariffs will hurt sales and cause a decline in consumer spending. That's why Trump's so eager to get his own people in the Federal Reserve.
Mad Money, weeknights 6 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
When should we do that? Should we do that tomorrow?
A Chewy order is on the way for Jaws, who
What's
never lets
fish?
go of what he loves. So Dad uses Chewy to get him everything he needs
that's
to
not
keep
one as
loving
long.
life. One mouthful at a time. For low prices. For life with pets, there's Chewy.
Nice.
Make a move. I dare you.
We got 20 minutes into the race. Let people get the tickets in.
With Ring, you can protect your home from anywhere. Learn more at ring.com.
We are watching for August auto sales with Ford out last hour as the transports kick off September in the red. Our Phil LeBeau's this morning here with the breakdown. Hey, Phil.
Hey, Carl.
We might lose
Transport may be
500,
in the red,
hopefully.
But the automakers, they had a strong month of August, and the numbers we're seeing this morning, it backs it up. Take a look at Hyundai, Kia, and Ford. Those are the first 3 that we received this morning. Strong numbers from Hyundai and Kia. In fact, they were monthly sales records, up 11.6 and 10.4% respectively.
Oh, did Jack
Ford
get
up
the
2%.
tickets?
As you take a look at
Oh,
shares
no,
of
Jack
Ford,
left.
August EV sales, and this is going to be what we hear from a number of automakers. For Ford, they were up 19.3%. Also had a strong 14% gain in hybrid sales. That's where the market, where the demand is right now, because the federal tax credits expire at the end of September. Anybody who is on the fence is thinking about buying one. Take a look at General Motors. It's not reporting its full August sales, but they did release that they had their strongest EV sales for any month in the month of August. As you take a look at auto sales, annual auto sales. A reminder that the expected pace for the month of August, 16.1 million vehicles, though I should admit, Carl, that I've heard from a few
Kartik got a
people
100K payout from TickTicktrader. Not 100K, so 10,000.
Yeah, not quite the pace of those recent years,
You
as
got
you
it,
see
bro.
from that table right there. Phil, thanks. Phil the Bill this morning watching some cars. After the break, we'll turn back to
60, 40.
why it might be a bigger deal for Apple.
Yeah.
When money
Well,
movers
actually
begins in
50%
just a
because
minute.
10% commission. So yeah. So it was a 20,000 payout. 10,000 went towards his live account. So I think he's gonna go live.
Sword is sponsored by Sector Spider ETFs.
Order submitted.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
In Gabby's 4 years at
Get your
Walmart,
pro yet,
she's
Gambit?
become a certified technician, doubled her salary, supported both her mom and her
Yeah,
son.
don't do it until you get one.
Who knew your career could drive your future?
I knew.
Should I keep trading? I'm kind of greedy
We're Mizuho.
on my TPT.
Sound familiar? Financing the aluminum giant, building better homes.
do
Mizuho
one
was there.
short at
The merger of
525.
two logistics titans. Also
Order
us.
submitted.
Anywhere an industrials company needs a corporate and investment bank, we're there. Mizuho America.
Order
We just
canceled.
signed the lease on our third shop. My assistant went to customink.com to get new uniforms with all the locations. He found great products, uploaded
Order
new art,
submitted.
and had boxes sent to all the shops. Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get started today at customink.com.
When I started Walton Goggins goggle glasses, I needed a website.
Damn, nice.
And GoDaddy Aero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast.
Hey, at least you passed before the deadline, so you'll pay $85. So that's good.
For their noggins.
Nearly home. Who done it?
We're looking for a house closer to everything, but we don't know where to start.
Find it with Realtor.com. With Real Commute, it's easy to find a home closer to what's ever close to
You
your
still
heart.
got time. You got well, you got to tomorrow. Yeah, you got to end of the day tomorrow or at noon.
Today, business happens virtually everywhere. That's why you need Supermobile from
Is it
T-Mobile.
noon? Let me
The best
see. Hold
plan
on.
the best network. A first-of-its-kind plan that lets you run your business from your phone like never before. In moments of high demand, T-Mobile's network adapts to put your business connection first with built-in security.
Yeah, you got to noon Eastern time tomorrow to pass. So that's an odd time too. Pretty stupid.
You won't believe where I am.
Football season is back. Sports business expert Mike Ozanian breaks down the latest numbers.
Bot long QQQ. Kind of late.
Exclusive NFL team valuations revealed tomorrow starting in Squawk Box. CNBC.
You don't. No. You don't have to sit through. Hit skip ad. I'll still get paid. I think most likely. Yeah.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
So that's why you're
Let's
seeing
go.
such enormous explosion
Good luck.
in the wealth channel and the 401.
Told you. You love it, don't you? Exactly. Dude, I mean, you don't have to. I can... Nah, it's too much of a hassle. You fucked it up. I gave you the chance. Oh, look at it. This is cool. I like this one. Let's go, Rocky. Hope you win. I want my Tradeify too. I'm 3 PA short on Tradeify. Is holding on NQ. Yeah, you might be in the back of the line, lonely. What's up, hamster? I don't even see you, Gambit. I see you get the bottom, the last one. Alright, 24 seconds. Who's gonna win? Yeah, I don't know who Chris is, but he's winning. Oh no, someone's coming up. Oh no, no, Chris. Nice. Let me get your information. because I don't want to get copyright strike. I'm still holding the short, so it doesn't matter. Get me out, baby. Get me out. God, I didn't hit 87. 85. I need 85. You got it? Congrats, buddy. Hope you make it a payout. I have my profit taken in. They didn't hit my target. I have 85.75. Yeah. It should hit soon. It better not bounce again. Let me see the 3 minutes. No, it looks like it's gonna drop more. I might be able to get out my 440 on my bulenox. Are you short too, Len? Yeah! Go Team Bear!
Order filled.
I got out on one of them. Okay, my trade day is good. I'm out. So now I need 83 to get out. There we go.
Order submitted.
Nice, good shit. Good shit.
Order filled.
Hell yeah. Keep dropping it. Yes, sir. I need 440. That's a long way to get 440. Hopefully bot goes short, I'd be happy. Okay, I won't touch trade day anymore. I'll get a payout tomorrow. Just need $100 now.
Order filled.
Oh yeah, got out on Apex, so I'm good on Apex. I don't, no more touching now. Whew, that's a long bag hole. Feels good. Feels good not blowing up today. I hit my target for Apex payout. Gambit. It's gotta wait till Monday now. Probably like 1,000. Once they approve this one, I'm gonna start running NQ on it again. Oh, did I tell you the trade? It was quick. I requested a payout last night and I got the money this morning. You should have got one. It was cheaper back then. Now it's $10 more. Yeah, 111 for the end of day, but 69 for the intraday. You should just do intraday. You don't care for the trailing because you trade on Apex. We don't bag hole anyways. It's too hard. I can't do any of those big ones. I suck at it. It's weird. I suck at it, but on Apex, I'm doing better on it on the 300K. Couple more drops be nice. You can't go swimming. You're gonna be late. They didn't charge you, right? Swimming? Yeah, everything's close by. Yeah, that's just Vegas. How far you live from the strip, QT? That's good. God, they're still fighting on Twitter. Well, it's not Minx no more. Someone else fighting with Market Mommy. Jeez. Yeah. Come on, drop it, baby. Get me out. Yeah, almost.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
I need 71 to get out on this other TPT eval. Let's see if the bot gonna go short or not. Not yet. Oh yeah, bot made it almost 100 points, so that's good. I didn't think it's gonna pump that much more, but it did. Alright, my Lucid challenge got saved. Got 600 out of that short. Still alive, sucker. Oh wait, that's not a Lucid challenge. That's my other Lucid. This is a Lucid challenge. So the only thing I'm bag holding now is just a bulenox at 440 and I'll be done. I think my sizing was small, it didn't blow up. Except for funding ticks. We can do the Tradeify growth tomorrow. That should have free activation, so just show up tomorrow. Love you guys. Bye.